What's up, broski woskies? How's it going, people weeples? So yeah, um, sorry about that. I had to reboot. So I was having some weird issue with some crypto app. You woke up early just to wait for Vegas. Stop! Don't lie. Well, the only reason why I'm on, to be honest, guys, is because Marcus had some comment last night in chat that rang true to me yesterday because I've known about it since yesterday, and I guess I've somewhat known about it for like the last couple of days and just wanted to ignore it, I guess. But so Natasha's been sick since like Thursday, and then it was worse on Friday, and then she basically didn't work DoorDash for. She hasn't worked DoorDash since like Thursday afternoon, and she had a virtual doctor appointment on Monday, and they said they wanted her to come in and get checked because they felt like she may have COVID. On Tuesday, she came in. They looked at her and they said, yeah, you look like you sound and you look like you have all the symptoms of someone who has COVID. So they gave her the test, and they told her that anyone that she came in contact with when she had symptoms should worry the most, or at least be the most concerned. But then, which sort of makes sense but doesn't, because then they said, well, if your test comes back positive, then we need to know who all you've been around the last 14 days. So that basically puts me at risk too, because obviously I've been around her the last 14 days since she first started showing symptoms. And she was trying to play it off like, well, no, it shouldn't affect you. You should be all right. I'm like, dude, you could have got that shit on Wednesday, the day I last saw you. So, I mean, it would be 14 days from that period, because that's the incubation period of COVID is anywhere between 2 and 14 days. So, you sound ugh today unless you're just waking up. I mean, yeah, I did kind of just wake up like a half hour ago. I'm drinking coffee. I am pretty stuffy though. That's the thing. I've been pretty stuffy. I was pretty stuffy yesterday. I felt like my throat was starting to get swollen yesterday or something. But it doesn't feel sore or swollen today. I drank some Theraflu. I was drinking hot liquids last night. Like tea. I just kept drinking a lot of tea with oh, you know what? One of the coolest things you can do if you don't have honey tea, but you have like but you have like hulls, like those lemon hulls or honey hulls or whatever they called. Drop one of them things in your cup of tea while you drink it. That shit will dissolve in your tea, and you basically have honey tea. Like, it tastes about the same, and it's got a cooling aspect to it, just like you would expect from a Halls. I thought it was pretty cool. I tried that last night. I was like, whoa, hey, this works. What did he say last night? He said, oh, don't you like how one thing can ruin your whole day or something like that? Yeah, so in other words, basically what happened is, because of that, she's waiting for her test results, because they asked her, one doctor suggested that she get a rapid test, or someone suggested she get a rapid test, and then they said no, the rapid tests seem to be more prone to tell you that you're positive, and I guess so they're not as accurate. I guess is what they were inferring. So then they had to give her the one that takes multiple days to come back, and so basically we have to wait till that test comes back to determine if she has to remain quarantined or if she's allowed to come see me again. And unfortunately what that means is that our plans for today are canceled. And I talked to my brother, because yesterday we were supposed to go to B-Dubs, but we didn't go to B-Dubs because, again, it's like, well, if you're potentially sick, then I don't know, like, I don't want to get it from you, so, like, I'm not going to be able to go to my mom's, or I'm not going to be able to go to his for Thanksgiving unless they feel like they want to take that risk. But he said I know he doesn't, and I'm sure my mom doesn't either. Yeah, it more than sucks. I was so pissed off yesterday. So pissed off. Like I just felt like dying, but like I couldn't die. Like I don't know. So yeah, so I may not even have like an actual Thanksgiving. I still have my turducken. I'm not gonna make it. I needed to Google to see if because I was thawing it, and now I need to see if it's acceptable to actually refreeze it. If that's gonna be problematic, because I feel like it's gonna freeze water inside of it or something, or I don't know. Maybe it's gonna make it taste less better. But I'm waiting to freeze it until after I know for sure. I mean, maybe there's a chance she gets test results today, but she doesn't even know. All I know is that I came in contact with her within the last 14 days, and so even though the doctor said, don't worry about that right now, worry about it if you test positive, I'm like, yeah, but if you test positive, it's kind of good for me to know that there's a chance that you could, and that's the thing is, why wouldn't they have you start reaching out to people that you have been in contact with that at least as long as it's within 3 days of thawing. I mean, this is day 3. I took it out on Monday. I took it out on Monday, and it was sitting out Monday morning, Tuesday, and then I put it in the fridge last night. I just left it out because it was to make sure it was completely, I was going to put it in the fridge last night anyway because I was going to cook it today, but God bless America. You know what? I hate life sometimes. All right, so let's move on to this. So we're not going to dwell on that today. We are going to dwell on what we can control, and what I can control right now is this handy dandy little code thing. All right. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay. So I was playing Monopoly last night on not PlayStation. I was on PlayStation. On Super Nintendo, my emulator. I love that game because I can cheat. Like you could actually use Game Genie, but if you left it on the counter, they say not to. Only if you use the refrigerator to thaw it. Ooh. Well, that's a problem. I mean, I can't just like cook it though. I can't cook it. That's the thing. I don't know when I'm going to be able to cook it. Remember the Trump 16, the bacteria destroyed humanity? Yes. I mean, it was, but see, you know what? How true was it at the time that I said that? How true was it? I wasn't even thinking about it in the way that it could have come off, like that he had something to do with the fact that it got as bad as it did. But in reality, he did. And so therefore, I effectively predicted or further carried forward the narrative that, he was responsible for how bad COVID's got in the US. I mean, I didn't realize how bad it was, to be honest. I mean, maybe that's why I was, I wouldn't say careless. I was never careless about it. Because remember, I always wear my mask. I wash my hands. I keep my distance from people, generally speaking. The only person I didn't keep my distance from was Natasha and her kids. And my mom and my brother. So, like, I don't really hang out, and Melinda, of course. I don't really hang out with that many people, but I know that Melinda's super clean because of the industry she works in, so I have nothing to worry about with her. Yeah, well, mine was left out. Mine's definitely at room temperature until last night when I put it back in the fridge. Because the thing is that I can't thaw it in my fridge because my fridge is really cold, and so it never really thaws properly if I put it in the fridge. Okay, so basically, I was posting screenshots in, there were some cool things I did here, guys. I mean, again, no one's gonna fully understand how cool this is unless you actually, like, mess around with writing code, but, like, the stuff I did over the past few days is, like, it's freaking awesome. Like, I never knew, like, well, actually, I knew some of this stuff existed, but, like, I never really, got that far into writing this much code for stuff. So, let's. Oh yeah, okay. Well, we'll explain something here. So we're gonna show off the form. So this is the new form. Hopefully you guys can see it all right. I mean, I know it's kind of rough again on smaller screens. I mean, there's not a whole lot I can do for that. The only other thing I think I could do is actually I could change the resolution to like 800 by 600 or something for you guys, but then I think it would look weird. I'm not even sure. Like I could make it bigger, but like I don't think that will work out too well. Plus, then I have to account for that in my stream settings and stuff too. But all right, so this is the form. So as you can tell, I added collection pricing information and I added actions. So after going through and messing around with this quite a bit and trying to figure out how I was going to do certain things, I was like, well, is this going to be better if when a person adds collection, if someone adds a collection, you have to actually save the collection that you add, because if you decide that you don't want it, right now I don't have a delete button, so that's something I got to consider at some point as well. But for now, I don't have a way. You don't have a way to delete a collection or delete folders or anything like that. You can't drag folders in the tree view and crazy stuff like that. That would just be insane. So there's some limitations right now, but again, I'm just trying to build this thing up to be functional first, and then anything else after that would be considered an enhancement. You know, I just want to make it usable. I just want to make it usable for me for the starting point at least, and then go from there. So when you run this thing now, it starts up in the middle of the screen. So that was one of the things I kind of was getting annoyed by, is like you can actually change that in the properties of the form. You can just say the start up in the centered in the middle of the screen. So it starts off centered in the middle of the screen. You see we have save and pricing stuff. We have our list. If you notice, we don't have like rows that show up here automatically anymore. There's no like leftmost row for selecting everything, or you can't even select rows. So the way that this works now is, actually we're not even going to add a folder. We're just going to add our collection. So right now I have this thing hard coded to only return back the first 20 results. So we'll do something like this. So basically what's going to happen is when I add a new collection, I'm going to click OK. And so I ended up adding a progress bar, because this is the only true way to indicate that, like, hey, something's happening. Now I can make this potentially a, I need to consider if I can make this a dialog box where you can't click behind. That's the only thing I don't like. So like it'll go to 100%. It says it's done. Okay, so then I added a pop-up as well. Don't forget to save changes to save your new collection. So that's just a reminder to let the person know, hey, idiot, don't forget to click save, because they're not going to save automatically. So as you can tell, it shows now the collection pricing information has been populated. It says there's 20 items in the collection, which is true. If I scroll through, there's 20 people in here, so 1 through 20, as you can tell. Halves is 0. I mean, I have 0 of them because I haven't gone through and done anything, and the value is $0. So the $0 value on Beckett's website, they calculate like a Beckett value. So basically how much it would be worth if you had all of them, and then they have like another value indicating how much do you have based on the number of cards you have in the collection. I decided to go against like putting a value in here to indicate how much it could be worth, because that's not really that important, I guess. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, maybe I can add it later on, but like right now, because you have to calculate that based on either all the mints and the pours or doing an average or something like that, you know, so it's kind of weird to do that, I guess. Anyway, so the other thing I changed too is the card quality. So card quality, I did have the same list here before in the drop-down list. But I chose to add a default value of not set. The reason why I did that is because apparently, I don't know, I think there's a bug with the data grid in Windows Forms, because I had a default value set there. It was blank, but when it was blank, it kept giving me an error, an exception in the code when I would choose the blank try to set the blank value. And so I think there's some weird, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I know what it could be doing, but like I don't want to guess, and so it was just easier to set a value. So it basically says the card quality has not been set, meaning I haven't chosen a card quality yet. That's all this means. But as you can see, we still have the image, the player name, and all the other stuff we had. Now, what I can do is if I check this have, and I click Save Changes, notice my haves has just increased to 1. So if I check these 3, click Save Changes, now it says I have 3. Notice my value is still 0. The reason my value is still 0 is because I haven't chosen a card quality. The quality dictates which one of these values is going to be used to calculate the value. So yes, it is that dynamic where if I say this one's mint and this one's near mint, for example, and save those changes, now my value of my collection is $1.25, and so that makes sense because 75 plus 50 is 120, and then the 5 cents obviously 125. So and if I take JJ Arrington and I say his quality is poor, then I'll save it. Now I have $1.28 worth in my collection. So this was the primary functionality I was trying to have done. Now, one of the other cool things I did was in the football or in any of these nodes. So actually, oh yeah, you guys didn't notice this too either. So I could actually add root nodes now. So you know what? Let's see, UFC. So we'll add UFC node. Oh, okay, that was not supposed to happen. Okay, so Oh, so I can't. You know what? That's an interesting point. So once I choose a node, I can't. Can I not deselect a node? Huh. Okay, that I must have. I definitely didn't test that very well. Yeah. Oh, wait, what that? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Something weird's going on here. And this shouldn't actually be allowed. I need to prevent that from happening. That I figured I knew that I needed to do this, but I didn't do it yet. Okay, well, the point I was trying to show off is that originally when you added nodes they would just append to the end, so you just get this list, and they wouldn't be in alphabetical order. They wouldn't be sorted. So by default, when you add a node, it will automatically resort the entire tree, so that way everything's always in alphabetical order, so it's easy to find stuff. Alphabetical or numeric order, actually. So one of the things to know about sorting in C# is that most sorting uses string comparison sorting to do sorting. And so basically what that means is they used to do that for Windows too. On Windows, they changed that, actually. They got better with it. So like basically what used to happen is if you had, let's say you had a folder named 1 and you had a folder 100 and you had a folder of 2 would actually sort after the 100. That's normally how sorting would work. That's normally how string sorting works, because it's sorting based on the number like it's a character as opposed to a numeric value. And so I actually remembered that there's a way to work around that. So the tree view has a sorter property, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's a property. But so this basically says that I want to define my own way to sort this tree. And so you can actually write your own custom sorter, and that's basically what I did here. Is I wrote my own custom sort logic. So the way that this works is, in order to avoid numbers being sorted improperly when compared to other numbers, basically all I did was this logic says if both nodes in the tree that are being compared both have numeric values for being that's what's displayed in the list. If both of them are numeric, then compare them as if they're numbers. Otherwise, compare it like it's a string. And that's all I had to do. Like, literally, I just wrote this code by myself, and it works. So sorting now, numbers sort like numbers. It's almost like in Excel when it says sort anything like a number, and sort anything like text or whatever. Like, that's basically what this is the comparable of that. So I thought that was like the coolest thing to be able to do that. I also wrote my code for get card quality. So I think I explained this in prior videos that I have this card quality enumeration with the list of card qualities in it. So this thing, I wrote a class that returns back. So in the class of card quality that has the ID and the description. So the ID being like essentially the enum identifier, and then the description being the description and the description tag or attribute. It goes through the enum, it loops through the enum, and then it pulls out the description. So this was it pulls out this description here and uses that as the actual description. So again, that's how you can use enums to your advantage to dynamically generate class information or attributes and stuff. Oh, I did have to borrow this code though. So I borrowed this enum helper code. This actually takes, this is what I'm using to actually pull out the description. So it's get attribute of type, description attribute. So you're saying just give me this attribute, essentially. Give me the value of this attribute, and it pulls that out for you. That's what this code does. I borrowed this from someone on the internet, so I did not write that myself. I can actually almost remove these. I don't need those anymore because you can add items to the root folder, but obviously we have a little logic bug there because I'm not sure why. Yeah, I'm not sure why. There's got to be something else going on that I'm not aware of. Okay, so anyways, so the mouse down event, I added this to capture right-clicking in an empty area. So this is weird. Yeah, I don't know why this is doing this. Oh, no, sorry. This is just to show the menu. So basically, if you right-click in the empty area, if the node is null, essentially, so you didn't click on any node, then it's going to show that context menu to add the collection or add a folder. That's all that does. This stuff was the same. Add collection. So there's a lot more logic in here now. So for the collections, we now, so when you add a new collection, it expands the parent node that you added the node to. Because before, if you remember, when we added a collection, it kept the node like collapsed or whatever, even though you had it expanded or something. Or no, I'm sorry, if you didn't expand it because there was no nodes under it and you added a collection, it just left it collapsed, which made no sense. So it expands it, and then it sorts the tree view, and then it selects the one that was just added. So I had to change this logic because I'm resorting it, and so it doesn't like have the right node selected anymore, if that makes sense. So I had to add a key into the mix to uniquely identify each node in the tree. So when you add one, it adds this tree view key, and then I basically it's just an integer value that I increment every time I add something new to the tree. Now the collection, the one thing that I did change was I added a background worker as well, so that's how we get the progress bar stuff going. Um, we'll get into that. The folder thing was basically the same way. Actually, I can take this code out because we already figured out how to do that. The Hey, how come that one does? Oh, okay, yeah. So the folder thing was basically the same way. Like it's almost the same identical code to the above. You will notice actually we do have a part in here for adding the collection. We have a dirty rows, dirty rows variable that we're keeping track of, and we'll get into that in a minute. That's to help with some performance stuff, sort of. What else? Add tool strip menu. Yeah, so that was the same thing basically. Get data, that got removed. So I used to have two context menus on here, one for getting data. So you would right click on the collection to get the collection data. That was only temporary because now, as you can see, there's 0 references to it. That was only temporary because now that you can just, when you choose to add a collection, it brings up the form, you type in the URL and the name, it automatically goes and pulls the collection information for you right then and there, so you don't have to like add it, then say get the data. It just does that for you when you add it. The background workers, okay, so the background workers, this is what allows the form to continue to move and not look like the whole app is hung when it's doing its thing. So this is essentially the same thing, the same code that was there before. It's basically the same thing that was there before. The only thing is that we did have to add like a variable for card collection, because this is actually referenced elsewhere, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So when the run worker completed, it uses that data. Technically, I probably could just pass that to it. I probably don't even need to store that right there. So that's some performance stuff that we have to deal with, or cleanup stuff we have to deal with at some point. But so basically, this background, the background worker do work. Essentially, this is what goes out to the Beckett server, iterates through each one. We do have a sleep in here, so again, it'll basically. So if you're not familiar with how background workers work in relation to progress bars, this is how it works. This is the easiest way to do it. So your background worker 1 must be set to report progress. Workers report progress is true. In this case, worker supports cancellation is false. So, I mean, you could add a cancel button that allows the user to cancel the operation, if that makes sense in your case. In this case, no. So we're not doing that. We're not going to allow for a request to be partially complete. It's either done or it's not. So you have to have, your worker has to be set up to report progress. Then you need a way to determine how you're calculating the percentage complete that your process is. So in my case, I ended up using so unfortunately, the weird part with rounding in C# is that rounding only seems to want to work with, like, so you can't round whole numbers basically, which to me still seems kind of weird. But I guess I get it. So you can't round whole numbers, so any number that you want to round, you have to convert to a decimal or like a long or a float. So basically, I'm taking the number of requests, the current request count divided by the total number of requests. So in this case, like, remember I had like 14 requests I have to make. So I have, this is the first pass, the first iteration is request 0 of 14 times 100. So 14 times 100 and then 0 divided by that number, 140, basically. That's how I determine. And then I basically round that up to the highest number. So like if it's 14.5, then it's going to be 15. So if it's 14.5 or higher, then it's going to be 15 automatically. If it's 14.4, then it's going to be 14. That's how this works. So see, that's what ceiling does. So again, if you're not familiar with methods in the math class, or just math methods in general, like functions like ceiling and floor and round. So round would not work appropriately in this case. So I did ceiling in this case. So, and then once I get that value back, I convert it to an integer, because for reporting progress, your percent complete needs to be a whole number, an integer. It cannot be a fractional number. So that's where this stuff gets kind of goofy. So I have to convert these to decimals and then do the math, then convert it back to an integer. So once I have my percent complete, I then say, okay, background worker, I want you to report progress, and this is the percentage completed is. So then you think, well, okay, what is this report progress? Well, report progress is effectively, when you report progress, it fires the background worker progress changed event. Now, this background worker actually allows you to progress change. You can modify form elements. You can modify items on your form. You were never supposed to modify items in your form on your do work method, because that's effectively detached from the user interface. You will actually hang your user interface or cause problems. It's not technically thread safe to do that. So, I mean, you could try, but I think even now, like, C# throws exceptions saying you can't do it, if I remember correctly. So you tell it progress change, and progress change, you can do whatever you want. But in this case, I created I have an instance of my adding collection form, which basically just has a progress bar and a percentage. And if I look at the code on this form, I have an update progress method I wrote that's public. This is very important. It's public. So that it can be instantiated. Actually, that may not even need to be public. I don't think we'll have to mess with that. But so that it could be, it was so that it could be instantiated outside of the method. I was thinking it may need to have been like a static method or something, but that can't work. So I instantiate a new instance of the form adding collection, and then I call the update progress method in here and pass it the percent complete, and it then says, okay, it sets the progress bar value, and then the label is then updated as well on this thing. So as you can see, a progress bar is just an object that you drag and drop. Like, there's nothing, fortunately .NET, that's all built in. So you basically just drag and drop a progress bar, wherever the hell it's at. Here it is, a progress bar. You just drag and drop a progress bar from your toolbox, and you just have to update the value. Now, there are a lot of cool things you can do with progress bars. You can set what the minimum and maximum values are, so that way you don't need to worry about percent complete. So, like, I could, in theory, have done something like, well, tell the progress bar that the max value is, I'm making 14 requests, for example, and so I could set the min value to 0, the max value to 14, and then when I update it to 1, the progress bar will then, I think it does the math behind the scenes, I believe. But you wouldn't be able to show a percentage complete based on that. I mean, I guess you could, but you would end up doing the math here instead of in the other background worker process or whatever. So either way, that's how it works. That's how I chose to do it. And then, so once it's done looping through all of and making all the requests to the server to pull down the data, then it's going to do one final report progress. And I threw in a 2-second sleep here. The reason why I threw in the 2-second sleep was because the progress bar was not showing 100% before it would close. So it would basically get to the end, it would do this, but then because it was starting to then go into This stuff, it actually freezes up the form, and so you never actually saw the progress bar hit 100%, and I didn't like that, so I threw in a 2-second sleep to make sure that it had a second to show the 100% complete before it starts loading in the data. So that's why I did that. So then when the do work is done, you don't need to call this manually or anything. It basically .NET internally knows, okay, I'm going to run the worker completed event. So now that the work has been done, what do you want me to do? So in this case, once the work is done, I in theory I have all my data. So I'm saying go through each of my rows in my card collection and add them to the grid. So before I was doing this differently, I was binding the data to the grid. Well, because of this enum value, the drop-down list, and me having the issues I was having with it, I ended up stopped doing that and ended up changing this to do something manual. So I basically just take the integer value of card quality and pop that in there. But I basically just add the rows manually. And then I also actually, for future reference for updating data in the database, I add a tag to the row to identify the unique card ID. And that's going to be important for updating our data later on. That's actually another way that this helped me, because with the data bound column, you can't do stuff like this. Like I would have to loop through all the cards again, essentially, after the fact, after the data bind was done, and then add the tag. Which is pretty silly. At least I'm almost certain I have to do that. So then once that's done, then it auto sizes the rows to make sure that each row is essentially equal height, and that it's basically expanding to the size of the image, because the image is the biggest thing in each row. Then the value, so basically the number of items in the collection, it basically pulls that from the data grid. I then manually or programmatically dispose the form, which is the progress bar form. I close that form out, so that way there's no button on the form the user has to click to say like close it or whatever. And then you get the message box. Don't forget to save your changes. So that's how a background worker works. Pretty freaking cool. And then let's see. Did I do? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So I did start pulling in the images too, but I wrote something separate for that. So yeah. The save changes. So save changes is kind of after the fact. So let's talk about the data grid events real quick. So this is some code I pulled off the internet. So for anyone who has any experience with working with items where you have to worry about maintaining a dirty state meaning that, hey, did this item change? Well, apparently there's no way in the data grid hang on, I'm texting someone from work. Okay, so you want to be able to easily identify, hey, did they go through and change any rows? Because like in the data grid, you can change like 10 things and then click save, right? I mean, that's kind of the idea of having the grid, is so that you can do a lot of work and then be like, okay, are you sure you want to do this? We're not, are you sure you want to do this? But basically keep track of the fact that you know what changed, so that when they go to save, you're not like going through the whole list and trying to resave everything. That would be silly, right? So you would know what changed. So apparently this code here, this current cell dirty state changed. Essentially, you have to say, if the current cell is dirty, then you call this commit edit method. And again, this is coming from Microsoft directly to say to do this. So this is for like if you have like a drop down box or a checkbox, I believe, in the cell, this will then cause the cell value changed event to take place. I'm not sure if that event takes place anyway. I didn't really check that, but they said that you should have this code, so I added this code. So this is to make sure that the cell value change event gets hit in the case of a checkbox or like a drop-down box changing or a combo box changing. And the cell value changed event, then basically I have a dirty rows list, and all it is a list of integers, and the integer is the row number. So I say when the cell value changed, if the dirty rows is not null, and I had to add this because this event was getting triggered even before a user would modify any rows. So internally, this event was being called before the data was populated. So, and there's a certain method in which I expect things to happen, and so this dirty rows list was essentially null. It wasn't instantiated, and so it was throwing exceptions. So if it's not null, and it also does not contain the current row index in the list, so you don't want to add it multiple times, is the point. So it's a distinct, unique list of rows. So as long as the row is not already in there, the row index is not already in there, then add the row index into there. So this is how I'm keeping track of dirty rows in the application. So like if they only change one value and they click save, then I know, okay, boop, just pull that one value and then I'm good. Well, as far as it comes to database stuff. Now, no database stuff has been implemented in any of this yet. So all this code is without database stuff even considered. So saving collections. So when it comes to saving collections, this is where the dirty rows comes in the play. So it's going to loop through all the dirty rows and basically determine if so this would be the part where you do the data updates, is right here. So there's no data update right now. So first it pulls out, it gets the card ID based on the tag. So that's the unique way to identify that card. Do we have the card? It's going to pull that. So that could be true or false because they may have unchecked it. Oops, I accidentally checked that I have it. Now I checked that I don't. And then it pulls out the card quality by taking the selected value and casting it or converting it to the enum value. So it's going to pull that out. Now, granted, like I said, there needs to be database update stuff happening there. Then it's going to go and pull, we're going to instantiate a couple variables. How many do I have and what the total value is? And so I still have to loop through each of the data grid rows, unfortunately, because I basically, I could probably come up with some logic to better do this, but I'm not sure it's going to be any more performant than what I'm doing here. So basically, what I needed to be able to say is like, okay, just take the dirty rows and then apply them to the have count, and then apply that to the total value. But the problem is that if someone changed just like the mint value, I'd have to know that before if they change the card quality, to something, I would have to know what the previous value was and what the current value is and the difference and getting all that stuff. Like, I have no way. There is a way to do it sort of, but it seems like it's more work than it's worth. So there's no way for me to really track like what specifically changed to then go and find and just update that one particular thing. So what I decided to do was just said, you know what, screw it. Just loop through all the data grid rows again, pull out all the necessary information. If you have the card, then it's basically recalculating the haves and the value. is what it comes down to. It's recalculating the halves and the value and then updating those labels accordingly. It's unfortunately, I feel like the easiest way to do it. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing there. Oh man. Button update collection pricing. Yeah, so update collection pricing. We don't have, this is refresh pricing. I don't have any code associated to that yet, but the idea of updating or refreshing the pricing is basically go hit the Beckett website, pull down the pricing information, so like the value for mints and your mints, blah blah blah. So that's going to be a slightly different than when you add a collection, only because then it's just pulling down the pricing information, which, believe it or not, you can do, and not pull down a bunch like the pictures and stuff like that. So I don't need the images or anything like that. I just need the pricing information. And so yeah, so we'll pull down the pricing information, will be good. So that's where we're at with this. So I've made a lot of progress on this, believe it or not. At least in my opinion, I have. So I'm very, very proud of that. Very proud of what I've done. I was very happy to realize that I could actually write my own custom comparer. My tree node sorter essentially. So this was kind of neat to actually write my own comparer and conditionally do the comparison based on number or alpha characters. And let's see. And then the tree view stuff, that was kind of neat too, like realizing that you can add a key to it, because we're going to need a way to identify like which one changed and stuff like that. And so that's going to be unique in of itself. I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to end up doing some of the stuff with the database. So I did also add a database, by the way. So that was like the next step, was I felt like I was done enough with all of this stuff, because now basically I have to have, when you're on the form and you click on a collection for a collection that already exists, well, one, I need to work on just persisting data. So I need the save changes needs to actually do something now. So when I save changes, I need to start incorporating some database updates here and adding stuff to the database. So that's where things are going to start getting a little bit more tricky, I guess. So I need to start, one, I need to, when someone adds a tree view item, for example, so like when they, right, tool strip event. So basically when you add a collection, I need to call the database and save that collection and make sure it's saved and associated to the correct node. Add folders the same way. When a folder is added, I need to call the database and then add that folder to the appropriate node. So one thing that I was doing the other day was messing around with this. So for anyone who is not familiar with what this is, and I'll explain a little bit more about this as we go. And I know, I'm sorry, this is like probably really small if you are on mobile and can't see jack squat. Please don't try to learn code on mobile. It's not going to work for you too well, unless you're reading a website where you can, expand and all that. But either way, so this is a list of, I've got ID, parent ID, collection name, and is folder. Is folder is just a bit to indicate whether or not the collection is an actual folder. So as you can see, I've got ID and parent ID. So the way that this table is set up, this is pretty basic like menu structure design. So the ID is the primary key of the table. The parent ID is a foreign key to the ID column. So it's basically a table that references itself. So it essentially creates a circular reference where, parent ID can reference the ID, unless of course it's null. So null would indicate that this is a root node. So any node that has a null parent ID is a root node. And then anything with a parent ID in it means that it points to an existing node. So as you can tell, we have in this table, we have collection football. And again, I just added these rows manually. This is not bound to anything yet. This was just to test the idea of a menu system. So we have ID 4, its collection name is football, and then is folder is 1. We have a reference to football, parent ID 4. So parent ID 4 links to ID 4. Collection name 2006, that's also a folder. Same thing with then collection name upper deck. It's parent ID 5 references ID 5. So this basically is a subnode of 2006. So you have football 2006 upper deck. Then you have base set, which is parent ID 6, so that references upper deck. You have special set. Again, this is just made up. Really, also references 6. Did someone say 2006? I did say 2006. And then you have test set and rest set. And again, there's a reason why I did this. So as you can see, one of the things I was messing around with was these things need to, even though I added them this way, they're sorted by the ID, but I need them to sort based on the name. So I created a stored procedure in this thing by borrowing some code. So if I run the stored procedure, so this will actually do some pathing magic for us here. So this is the benefit of having the collections table set up the way it does with the primary key and foreign key, because this is something that people do all the time, and effectively you can find anything on the internet that will give you how to do exactly what I did here. So essentially the queries behind the scenes in this procedure take my menu system and sort it in the way that I need to build it in the tree view. So as you can tell, now you have football 2006 and the path is 4.1. That just indicates that it's a child of football. Upper deck is 4.1.1, indicating it's a child of 2006. Then you have base set 4.1.1.1, indicating it is a subchild. It's a child of upper deck, and so on. Now you can tell in here, actually, the collection names have been sorted. So even though the IDs are not sorted the way that they are in the table, you have 7, 10, 8, 9. Well, 10, I added rest set later on, but I needed to sort before special set and test set because it starts with an R. So to match the way the sorting in the tree works, the tree view works, it sorts based on the collection name before putting these things in order. So when I go to bind this with my tree view data, it's going to bind correctly. So if we open the stored procedure, again, this is just query. I literally just took this query off the internet for the most part and tweaked it. So basically it creates a union between, these are your parent items. So parent ID is null. Now granted, it had parent ID as 0, which I'm not sure why they would do that. That would indicate that they had no foreign key to their ID, or they had a default 0 node or something like that. I don't have that, and I don't want that. So basically I just chose where parent ID is null. This gives me all the root items, and then it unions them together with all the child items where parent ID equals ID. And then it does some pathing magic here. And then it basically formulates a row by creating a row number over, and it's partitioning by parent ID over, it's partitioning by parent ID, partitioning by parent ID, but then it's sorting by collection name. So in the other, in some menu systems, you have a sort order usually. So if you wanted items to sort in a particular way, you have finer control over that. In this case, I'm not doing that because that's way too complicated for what I'm trying to do. So sorting by collection name will be the easiest way to find things. The part that I'm going to be worried about possibly is, I didn't actually try that, is if it's going to sort numbers appropriately. I think in the database it does do that, so I don't think I have much to worry about. But if I do, then that's going to be a problem. Anyway, so yeah, so it's going to sort by the collection name before it then ultimately returns back that pathing information. That's why these things are sorted differently than if I just query the table and sort by the ID. So this is my sample data that I was messing around with, and I was getting ready to mess around with adding cards and stuff like that. I need to add a card table. So collections, again, essentially when we add something to this tree view, we're going to save that in the collections table, and that will have our path, or not our path, but that'll have our ID and what the parent is, and if it's a folder. I need to know if it's a folder because when I'm binding to the tree, I need to know, like, okay, if it's not a folder, it's a collection. I need to specify that in the tree. Remember, there's a tag that we have, a tag property we have in our tree view to indicate that something's a collection. Because when you click on a collection later on, when you left click on a collection, it needs to then pull that data down from the database and populate the grid. So that's the reason why knowing if it's a folder is important in our case. I could have done something where I put like 1 means folder, 2 means collection, or something weird. Because what if there's some other type of node you want to add in the future? I just said, screw that. I'm just going to keep it simple. So if it's a folder, then I know it is. If it's not, then I know it is. So that's all I need to know. All right. So anyways, so there's that. The reason why I didn't add a card yet was because I actually have to rename this class. So I'm going to try to use Entity Framework for saving data. And I have not normally done that in the past. So this is going to be new for me in the sense that it's going to be new for me doing it myself. Normally I would just write stored procedures. Are you going to do it for WWE? Yeah, there's going to be a collection for that in there too. Normally the only time I've used Entity Framework is at work because there's sort of a need to do it there, I guess, but at home normally it's just easier to write stored procedures and call stored procedures using just basic SQL adapters and stuff like that. Plus, depending upon what you're doing. Now, granted, there is a way apparently that you can actually, I didn't know you could do this. In Entity Framework, you can actually like bind a stored procedure call to an object in Entity Framework. So like in your data class, like it has some reference to the stored procedure. So that's just crazy. I never knew you could do that, but like apparently that's an Entity Framework 6 thing, and that's just like mind blown. Like I had no idea that such a thing existed. And so because I actually just looked it up the other day, yesterday, and was like, whoa, someone actually showed an example of how you can call a stored procedure Entity Framework without doing some goofy stuff. The only way I've ever seen it done is like where you pass in parameters, you do all this manual weird stuff. Well, like they have some way where it's almost like transparent to the rest of the other code that you have in Entity Framework. So that's just insane. I would have never guessed. You're almost like you're binding it to a stored procedure name. So I guess if you change the name of your stored procedure, then you're kind of, I mean, you can just change it in your code too, but I mean, again, it's almost kind of like it's binding to that object or something, which is, I guess technically it's what it's doing for the tables, right? You're binding to objects in the database. So the stored procedure is just another type of object, but just not a table. So it's just crazy to me. So I did go through the Entity Framework wizard already, and that's how it generated this collection data, and it did generate a collection class or data class as well. What's weird is that it didn't put the like table name references over this for some reason, which is weird because normally when you go through the data wizard it does that. So I don't know why it didn't in this case. And notice it created a collections one, which is weird. I don't like that. I think it's because this table name is collections or something. So that was actually the other thing I was going to do too. Is I was going to rename the table. So technically, I think I can rename this. No, I don't. Isn't there some way I can rename? Yeah, so this is a little bit update database. No, so that's not what we want to do. We don't. All right, so we're gonna have to try some alter table collections. I don't even know. Yeah, so I don't know. All right. SQL Server rename table. I'm used to Oracle, so I don't normally rename tables. Okay, so apparently you have to call a stored procedure. Yeah, that's that is one thing I don't like about SQL. Yeah, I got that. So our table has been renamed. So apparently that's how you do it. So you have to rename the table that way. Now we have to modify this now. So collections has changed, which that's fine. And we'll update this. Update database. And update completed successfully. Okay, so our stored procedure has now been updated as well. So we'll call this. That's still working. So now our table name is just collection. So I'm going to go ahead and delete collection data. I'm going to go ahead and delete collection. These aren't mine. I didn't create those. Those were created by a wizard in C#, so that's why those things just were there. So that's why I could just delete them easily. So now I need to create we're going to create a new table. So we're going to create our card table now. Card. So we'll have our ID, of course, with his. So what needs to be in our card table? Oh, so for anyone who's not familiar with C#, by the way, or Visual Studio, this is one cool thing that I like that you can do is, you can sort of you can dock windows. Like if you wanted to just kind of drag a window over here. Actually, I wonder, can I put this right here? Oh, I can. Yeah, so you can dock windows. So now I can see like what properties are in my card class that I want to add to the database. In case you didn't know you could do that. You could dock windows side by side, or just kind of have a window kind of freeform out here in the middle of nowhere just as a reference point or whatever. But like, yeah, you can do cool stuff like that. So all right, so we have ID. So we have our card ID. Now granted, this is gonna be okay, so yeah, all right. So ID is gonna come from Beckett. That's going to come from Beckett. That's the unique way to identify the card. So normally for an ID column, you would make this an auto number, or actually it's called identity. Identity specification, you would make this true where it would auto increment every time you added a row. But we're not going to do that in this case because that number is coming from Beckett. That is going to be the way we uniquely identify every single card in our collection. Not that we need to know that personally. It's just that to update the database, we do. All right, so that is the primary key, though, as defined already. So, and then we have number. I mean, what do we want to call it? See, okay. So it's not card ID. I mean, it kind of is. But that might get confusing. You know, we could just end up calling this Beckett ID and then card ID. I kind of like that better. Yeah. And this is just going to be a varchar. I don't even know how big these card numbers could be. They're not going to be that big. I'll make it 10. I don't think a card number will ever be more than 10 characters long. But a card ID is required anyways. Card name. This is another varchar. I'll make it 100. I don't know how big those could be. They can't be that big though. Like, it's basically like the person's name, and then if there's anything special about that card, sometimes that will come after the name. So we'll have like so and so's rookie card. So I mean, I guess we should probably make that a little bit bigger. I would make it 200 just to be safe. Worst case, we could always just change that later on, make it smaller. Okay, and then card. Oh, okay. Image URL. So a URL technically can only be like 100. I believe. No, 1,000, right? I think it's 1,000. But we know the image URLs aren't that long, so like. I think we can make this 1,000 though, so. So we'll just keep it at that. Card image. So the actual image itself is a blob, right? Oh no, can you not do blobs in here? Oh boy. Uh-oh. I bet you can't. Var binary. That's probably what it needs to be. Ooh, okay. SQL var binary. Binary fixed length binary data with a length of bytes where n is the value of 1 through 8,000. Storages in bytes. Var binary variable length binary data. Oh yeah, 1 through 8,000. Converting binary and var binary. When converting data from string type to var binary. For pads or truncates of data on the right. These string types are what the heck? Store image in SQL Server database. So we're going to have to figure this out. As you sort of been quite longer than 1 or 2 megs, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about that. Set of binary fields leaves that data only available to an application that streams raw image data and yeah. If your pictures are typically below 256K in size, storing in a database, var binary column is more efficient. Well, yeah, that's so var binary max then, I guess. So we'll have to have that. That I don't know how that's gonna work with. So let's see. Entity framework and var binary. Yes. Let's see. Mapping object type var binary. I would recommend keeping a byte field in your entity. Your class should really mimic the data structure as closely as possible. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to are you wait, what? Oh, am I gonna try Walmart tonight? Yeah, I was gonna say like Gonzalez. What? Speedy Gonzalez? Yes. Well, I mean, I guess so, because it's not like I have anything else better to do. Gosh darn it. Thanks for the reminder, Preston. No, I do have, actually, I set an alarm on my phone. Anyways, I set it the other day when I found out about it, so I'll be ready. Did you see that they had that one yesterday at GameStop? You could pre-order ones that you could get by December 2nd, but they were like $700 for the bundle. It was like 2K21 and Call of Duty and all that other shit. Like, nah, man, for $700, and it was like 3 months of Xbox or Game Pass Ultimate and like a $50 gift card. And it's like, dude, who needs all that crap? You want 2K21? Oh, ew. Ew, you disgust me, my friend. You disgust me. You disturb me deeply. Okay. So we're going to have the image URL just because we can. The image is going to be a binary as I'm playing it. Ew. Ew. You are disgusting, Wesley. You are nasty. And stop posting this crap on freaking Instagram about, or Snapchat about fucking, sorry, about freaking damn PS5. What is your obsession with PS5, dude? You need to stop with that PS5 crap. You bum. You bum. Stop it with that PS5 nonsense. Okay, so card image, and then we have card, which is a bit. So it's going to be a bit field. So bit basically is a 0 or 1. Oh, allow nulls. So we don't want to allow nulls for any of this stuff, actually. Card quality. So card quality is just going to be an int. That's all it really needs to be. Allow nulls, no, because 0 is whatever. Technically you would have like a reference table, a lookup table for that. We don't need all that crap. I mean, we really don't. Like, in this case, we don't. We're not developing a enterprise quality application here. We're just developing, this is just for us. There are some enterprise aspects to it, but like I'm not really focused on that. Okay, so we're just gonna actually just copy and paste these actually. So we need decimal. I guess that's fine. 18.0. So let's just go through and do all these first, and then we'll change the data types. So again, I realize, and I explained this in earlier videos, that this is not the way that you normally do something like this. You do not normally make your table wide like this by putting all these prices in there. You normally create a table that you would link to with child rows that would have a row for each one of these types of prices. I get it, but again, this is not an enterprise level application, and this data is pretty much fixed. So it is very unlikely for Beckett to come back one day and all of a sudden be like, well, we're going to change the way we grade cards. If they do, it probably won't be in our lifetime. So that's why I don't care. I'm not too concerned about building the table this way. So there is a logical reason for doing it this way. It's not like just because, well, it's not enterprise, I don't care. It's just that it's very unlikely that these properties are going to change about a card. So that's the bottom line. All right, so now that we've finished that, we can drag this back over here, and we can create our card table. So we do have our new card table. So again, we have the Beckett ID, which again, that will be the primary key that will come from Beckett directly. The card ID, so that's an identifier of the card. So that's going to be like the number or alphanumeric value that represents the unique card within the set. Beckett ID also kind of represents that, but that's just more something we use for updating data and stuff like that. Or if we want to reach out to the Beckett website in the future for something, we will have the ID that will give us the option or the ability to do that. Oh, we're forgetting one of the most important things, actually. Our collection ID. We kind of need that. We kind of need to know what collection it's going to be a part of. So, yeah. What's up, buddy? How's it going, dude? So, yeah, we need to know what collection is to be a part of. That's actually kind of important. Can I move this? What? Oh, okay. Let me see. So I can probably cut this out and add this. There we go. Beckett ID, collection ID. Yeah, so we'll have the Beckett ID, what collection it's in. So collection will refer to the collections table. So we'll have to, we're going to add a foreign key for that. That's not going to be an issue. No. I forget. How the hell did I do that the last time? How the hell did I do that the last time? I think I had to do it after the fact or something. So let's do this. Let's just create this table, update database. So our card table now exists. So we have card and collection, open table definition. How did I add a foreign key? Oh, I had to do this. Add new foreign key. FK card to collections. Okay, so a foreign key basically says, for anyone who's not familiar with what foreign key is, so basically a foreign key says this column in this table, collection ID, references a column in another table. This is actually just ID. So this says the foreign key collection ID column in this table references the collection table and the ID column in collection table. So that is essentially making sure that if someone goes to save data in this card table in the collection ID column, that the value they put in that column must exist in the collection table in the ID column. That's what that means. So that's called database integrity, or that's why they call them. They also refer to foreign keys as integrity constraints because it's maintaining the integrity of your data. I actually took a class in college on database design, so I'm very familiar with database design. You have different forms of database design. You have first normal form, second normal form, and third normal form, which are the three NFs of database design, or the three primary NFs of database design. So that is one of the things that I've kept with me all these years, is how to design databases. So all right, anyway. Now what? Okay. So we have our card, we have our collection. Nerd. Yeah, I know. Hey man, you know. Yeah, when I was at Melinda's the other day, she has her cameras and she's like, she's like, you know what time is it? She's like, I need to make sure I go back and get that on camera, because she's like, that is like legitimately the nerdiest thing that you've ever said in front of me. Because it was something, I was talking to her about this app, and she was asking me all these questions like, well, are you sure it's okay? Like, are you gonna get in trouble? Like, are you allowed to do that? That sounds kind of wrong. And I'm just like, dude, it's like, I'm already paying for the data. It's not like I'm not like creating it. If it would be illegal or bad if I was creating some kind of intermediary application that was taking their data and making it available for free to other people. Now that would be sketchy. But I'm like, no, I'm taking it. So if you had, the only way that anyone would be able to use this app is they would have to be able to log into their website and have the collection data. So otherwise, like, you couldn't even use the app. It would be useless to you. I mean, you could manage your cards in it if you wanted. Well, actually, yeah, you could manage your cards in it if you wanted, but then I would have to add something in here to not worry about the price information, because my code assumes that you have a paid subscription where you can get the price information. But adding your cards in here and marking that you have them is kind of useless, I would think, unless you have a subscription, because otherwise, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could make sense. You're keeping track of the fact that you have the cards, and then later on, if you decide to pay for a subscription, you could do that. Technically, you could pay for a subscription for a month, pull in the price data, and then cancel your subscription, and then you would just have that data here. You know, that's the other benefit of this, is that you would actually have this data stored locally, so you're not relying on the Beckett website for the data indefinitely. So, I mean, that is another benefit. But then if you wanted to go add a new collection or something and start keeping track of something, you would have to you'd have to get subscription again. So I mean, this definitely has its benefits, because on Beckett, that's why they try to suck you in and adding their collection on there, because if you add your collection on there and you don't have a subscription, well, guess what? You can see your collection, but then you can't see prices. So at least on here, you would be able to see prices. They just wouldn't be current, but they would be probably pretty accurate, because it's not like the prices changed that much. Ugh. I feel like I need to go buy more Theraflu, man. That's what I took last night. I was feeling kind of poopy, and then I took some Theraflu. All right. So now we've got our card, we got our collection. What else do we need? I mean, we don't really need anything else. I mean, we've got everything that we need, because that's essentially our form, is our collections and our cards. That's pretty much it. So now what we can do is, yeah, we're going to have a problem. We need to rename card. We need to rename this thing. I might end up no, I can't rename this bag. This is like, see, this is where things are gonna start becoming a problem. I'm gonna rename this. So one thing. Okay, so this is kind of neat. This is a benefit of using Visual Studio to manage code. I don't think anyone uses Notepad or stuff like that to write code like this anymore, especially since Microsoft has like community editions of Visual Studio and stuff like that I believe have similar functionality. But I can't vouch for that. I can't vouch for how close, like, Visual Studio Community Edition or Visual Studio Code or whatever the hell it is they call it at this point. The free version effectively has the same functionality. I know for websites it's limited, or at least it was in the past, to what you could do. So anything I say about those free editions, take with a grain of salt. But I know in Visual Studio 2017, if I name this card DTO, for example, and I hit enter, Visual Studio is going to say, you're renaming a file. Would you also like to perform a rename on the object and all references to the code of element card? And I say yes. It's going to essentially, Visual Studio just did me a favor and went through all my code, and anywhere where I had a reference to card, now card is now renamed card DTO. So that way you don't need to go back and try to figure out, well, where the hell do I have all my references to card and rename everything. It just will go through and do all that crap for you. So that is a huge benefit to using Visual Studio to manage your code. All right. So now that we've renamed card, now we're going to do this. So we're going to add a new item. We're going to go to data. We're going to add a DB. No. So we're going to do ADO.NET entity data model. So we're going to call this collection data. So collection data is going to be the name of the main class that links our code and our database together effectively. So we're going to do code first from database because we basically, yeah. So we're generating our code from the database, but then making it seem like we did the code first approach, if that makes sense. So it probably doesn't, but you would have to Google that. Oh, so we do have we already have a reference to this collection, so I'm not sure why it's trying to do that, but yeah. Yeah, we already had a reference to it. So we want to pull in cards. Now, I noticed that there's no stored procedure thing in here, so we'll have to figure out how. We'll have to go through the thing to figure out how to add the stored procedure. That's kind of weird. All right, so card and collection. So we're good. Pluralize or singularize generated object names. So we're probably going to end up with collection 1 or some crap like that still. So let's do this. So we're going to click finish. And when we're done with that, Microsoft has now generated, this is why we had to rename our card class, because it added a new one. I knew that's what was going to happen. So that's why I knew to rename it. So it generated this. Oh, God. Has precision. Maybe I should have removed the precision on that. If I was allowed to. I don't know why I had to put 18.0, but it basically popped that in here. But either way, so like it generated a class for us, collection data, and it already generated our database sets. It basically it put code in our on model creating class that has all the mappings between the collections, and it has the mapping between the collection and the card. So basically code is trying to represent the data in your database or your tables in your database. So that's why it generates all this stuff, and that's why it does the mappings here. So this basically has like a collection has many cards and a collection has many collections. So this is where things are going to be kind of interesting. Oh my God, it's John. John, you're still alive? Dude. What the hell, bro? What's going on, man? So yeah, so it basically generated all that data. So then classes, and so it generated our card class. Oh, so this one has table card on it. I don't know why the collections one didn't have that. Okay, so this time it put that up there. I swear it wasn't there before. All right, so anyway, so we have our card table. Congratulations to the dog pound. Right. And it has all our properties. So these are all generated based on the data we had from our database. So it generated all of this for us. Kind of neat. Kind of neat. I wonder if that would actually data bind. Do I have the new Xbox? No, man. They're supposed to be making some available tonight from Walmart at 7. There may be other websites. I haven't been getting any other email notifications. There was one yesterday for a $700 bundle from GameStop, but I'm like, forget all that crap. I don't need, because they were trying to sell me. They were basically trying to sell crap that I don't even want. I don't want Call of Poopy and 2K21. Like, I don't play either of those games, so that would be stupid to even buy it. And then they had 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate plus a $50 gift card, the console, 2 controllers. Call of Poopy is good? Nah, bruh. Nah. Battlefield is the Call of Duty killer. Every time a new Battlefield comes out, Call of Duty is just like, it's just like, what? That's like playing on Atari. That's like playing an Atari game, bruh. Battlefield's like, dude, this is like next gen stuff. Call of Duty is just like, yeah, this is like the same shit that you play every year. I mean, you know, unless things have changed. I mean, just my opinion based on what I've seen is it's just kind of like, yeah, it's the same old, same old. Happy Thanksgiving. Yes, John. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Although Thanksgiving's tomorrow, John. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, bruh. Cold War multiplayer is shit, but zombies is what's saving that game. See, that's the thing. That's the same thing they've always had in that game is the zombies thing, and that's what's terrible. Is if multiplayer is crap, zombies has been the only thing that's ever saved that game. That's what I'm saying. Like, if people don't want to play your game, that multiplayer aspect of it, like, I don't know, dude. Like, that's just messed up, right? $60 not worth it just for zombie. Well, see, but you said it was good. So how is it good? If a good would mean that all aspects of the game are enjoyable. Does anyone? Well, have you played it, JJ, or are you just saying this? Because I'm assuming you have a single player campaign, right? How is a single player campaign for anyone who's played it? I mean, that's one of the main things that defines a game, right? Is if the single player campaigns are good, then that is, or I mean, awesome. Like an awesome storyline. That's what makes a good game is the single player campaign mode. Like that's first and foremost. You don't play campaigns? What? Oh, JJ, you suck, dude. Multiplayer's trash. See, that's the thing. Then the game's not good. Too much storage. What? That doesn't even make sense, dude. Dude, yeah, that's terrible. A good game is defined by, I mean, yes, if a game has campaign mode and it has multiplayer, then you would expect both to be pretty good. I mean, at least the campaign mode should be phenomenal, and then if multiplayer is at least average, then it's not too bad. But I just remember Battlefield, I could never stop playing multiplayer in Battlefield. I love the campaign mode, and multiplayer was just like so freaking addictive. Especially the maps they came up with. Remember Battlefield, like they had 19 42 or whatever the hell the one was where they had like World War One planes and crap like that. Like, dude, that just like the stuff, the plethora of stuff they always had on Battlefield was just freaking amazing. The vehicles, the collisions, the buildings being knocked down. But see, that's the thing. Multiplayer, if multiplayer's in the game, then they expect you to play it. And if you don't even want to play it because it's that bad, then the game's not that good. Because, campaign can only get you so far. Right? Campaign mode can only take you so far because it's only so replayable. Right? You might replay a campaign because you're trying to get achievements and stuff like that. But multiplayer is what keeps the game alive. That's like if Rainbow Six Siege sucked. I mean, it's exclusively multiplayer though, right? But I mean, if their multiplayer sucked, like, it would be terrible. Battlefield 5 is legit. Well, of course it is. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the replayability is in multiplayer, and that's where Battlefield always has Call of Duty beat. Always. Because of not just like it's the things you can do in the game are just so much more. They exist and they're better. The fact that you can blow up a building and like knock a building down on someone, dude, how great is that? I don't know if Call of Duty implemented that finally, but like Battlefield was the first to come up with that. So I mean, like, again, they come up with everything first. Call of Duty is always like 10 steps behind. Or not even trying. It's like they just basically take the bread and butter and try to make it, tweak it, maybe put better graphics around it. And then that's it. They're like 2K, basically. They do the same kind of thing. They just kind of dust it off a little bit. Hey, what can we add that's new? How much VC can we charge you for something this year? COD sounds like EA Sports. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. But see, EA puts a lot into Battlefield, I feel like. That is one game that they do not mess around with. Did you like COD? I do not play Call of Duty. I've never played a Call of Duty. I've watched someone play a Call of Duty game. I've never personally played a Call of Duty game because I will not play a Call of Duty game because they suck. I just watched it one time. Someone played it on PC and I watched and I'm like, dude, this game is trash. Because he was showing me like the zombie mode and it's like just their movement and stuff was so unrealistic. I mean, it was just horrific. Where's your Chester? Preston is coming to get my cat. What? Do you only do campaigns though, John? Okay. All right. I see you. I feel you. I like doing campaigns. I used to love playing Battlefield. Battlefield 1 is the best in the series though. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I never finished Battlefield 1. I should have finished playing that. Or was it Battlefield 5? I can't remember. Actually, I don't even know if I had Battlefield 1. No, I feel like I did get it because I felt like when I bought the console, I had it, but I don't even think I have the game downloaded or something. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I had a Battlefield bundle or something. Are you going to buy Battlefield 6? Is there a Battlefield 6 coming out? Wait, I'm confused. Because then they went to Battlefield 5, then they went to Battlefield 1. So is there really going to be a Battlefield 6? I would feel like there'd be a Battlefield 2, right? I mean, like they're starting over. Or is it going to be Battlefield 20 or Battlefield 21 or something? I don't know. Like, what the hell are they going to name it? It's kind of like they did the same thing that Xbox or Microsoft did with Xbox, right? You had Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox One X, Xbox Series X. It's kind of like they actually kind of dropped the number, when you think about it. Xbox Series X, you dropped the number, so now like you don't need to worry about numbers, but Battlefield 1 is World War 1, Battlefield 5 is World War 2. Yeah, I never finished. I like the one. Remember, I was playing Battlefield 1, I think. Right? Because that was the one where I was riding on the horse. Dude, that was sick. Again, Battlefield, EA would be the first ones that add that to a war game. The fact that you can ride on a fucking horse through a city. How fucking cool is that? Like, Call of Duty doesn't even come close to that shit, dude. Did I watch Survivor Series? John, no, dude. Dude, I don't watch wrestling at all anymore. Like, literally, I can't remember the last time I've watched wrestling. I have not even watched the pay-per-views. The last pay-per-view I watched part of WrestleMania. So, yeah, for like basically 7 months, I have not like watched any wrestling. Well, it's not more than 7 months. I I don't know, dude. Like, I just don't. I'm just not into it at all now. I don't. Here's the thing. I feel like I have depression. I'm almost certain I have depression. Maybe. I could be wrong. Maybe I could just be changing. I don't know. I wish I knew what it was. But, like, there are a lot of things. There are several things that I used to love to do. And now, like, I just do not have any interest in doing those things. Wrestling is one of them. I used to love wrestling. I used to be a huge fan of wrestling. But then again, it's just... again, it's like wrestling's changed so much that it's just kind of like, ugh. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is that I'm trying to like, I always keep trying to think in my head, like, is it depression or is it because like just is it my depression or is it depression or is it just like, as I've gotten older, like the things that I've come to like and appreciate have changed. You know what I'm saying? Like I would so much rather I would rather sit there and put together a puzzle than watch wrestling. I'd rather watch a puzzle. Sometimes even playing games. Like I want to play games, but then like I'm just kind of like, even last night, I was getting ready to pop open a game. I started playing Hunter, and I started playing Hunter, and I was like, you know what? I just want to play like Monopoly or something. And so I was playing Monopoly on my Super Nintendo emulator on my computer last night, and that was just like fun because I was just like, you know what? I remember I used to like playing that game. But I can cheat on it. That's why I like playing it. I like to see how quickly I can get the computer to go bankrupt. So yeah, I like playing that game. I like playing Friday the 13th with the cheats on and stuff like that, and beating Jason and crap. And so like, there's definitely some things I like to do on the computer, but us old heads have variety. Right. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It just seems like so many of. You know what? That reminds me of that episode South Park. Remember that they had the episode of South Park. There was two of them. There was a series, almost like a mini series. It was called "You're Getting Old." Do you remember that? Does anyone remember that? It was the one where Stan woke up one morning, and like the radio was playing, and everything sounded like shit. Everything looked like shit. Yeah, that's basically me right now. that's basically me. It's called a midlife crisis. It's not a midlife crisis. It's not a midlife crisis. Stop it. You live an hour from her. Yeah, see, I told you, man. Hershey is like not. That's like so far into the state. You might as well go to Phil. Might as well be in Philadelphia. So, John, we were talking about, and again, this is very, 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 very loosely planned right now. But yesterday I was conspiring with Preston about if he were to come up here next year, depending upon what's going on with COVID. He asked me, well, what would we do? And I said, well, we could always drive to Hershey and go to the amusement park out there, and the actual chocolate factory and all that stuff. And then he had mentioned, he's like, oh, I wonder if John would meet us up there or something if we did something like that. And I knew that's close to PA, or to PA, to Philadelphia. So, if he would actually be interested, since we would be closer in your direction, then, we could arrange something. But John, you have to message me on Facebook, man. Let me know. John, okay, first off, John, why are you, I get that you're an Eagles fan, but dude, you are mean. I've seen some of the stuff you post on Facebook, dude. You are just mean. You are mean. Why are you so mean? You need to stop being so mean, John. You just need to be like, be a graceful winner. I feel like you're not a graceful winner. I mean, unless there's some other guy on. I get that you hate Dallas, but dude, like I seen some of those posts you have on there where you're just like put it to some guy, and I'm just like, who the hell is like? Why are you so mad at this guy? Like, what did he do? Like, you just troll the fuck out of this guy really hard, and I'm just like, damn, this poor guy. Oh, Eagles fans are that way, not just him. No. Because I mean, some of the stuff is pretty similar. He's a loser Cowboy fan. Wow. Okay. I mean, but what is it? Just because he's a fan of Dallas, or? But see, that's the thing. I don't hate Eagles fans. I mean, well, I guess I don't know that I don't hate Eagles fans, but I don't like hate the Eagles as a team. But like, yeah, I know. I just see some of those posts from John sometimes. It's like, damn, dude, like, give this guy a break. Like, I didn't see him talking shit or anything, but you troll each other, you know him personally. Because I feel like John's just like I'm gonna take this gallon of salt and just keep pouring it in the wound until there's no more salt. And then even when I run out of salt, I'm gonna find another gallon to keep dumping in there. Like, that's John on Facebook. Like, I'm just gonna bury you in salt. All right. So, anyways, we kind of got. Well, I mean, I guess it's good conversation though. So I guess it's not too much of a distraction, really. Just be happy I can tolerate the Browns. Wow. Damn, John. Well, so anyway, like we said, if you are interested in that, obviously we'll have to wait till things get closer, because who knows what July is going to look like. So, we're quite a bit of ways. I mean, we have to see how things are in, like, I don't know. I mean, April or May, probably. We're going to probably have to wait pretty close to decide what we're going to do. Dude, I can't remember. So the Browns got a safety on Sunday. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen the Browns actually get a safety. That's why I saw, like, Olivier Vernon was actually one of the AFC players of the week. Probably because they're like, yeah, when's the last time the Browns had a safety? Like, I don't remember, like, seriously, last time they actually forced a safety on a team. No touchdown passes? Yeah, but wasn't it rain? It was rainy and cold, right? If I remember. But I mean, let's look. I'm not just saying this to, like, try to rub anything in. I'm really not. I mean, because again, I am a fan of the Eagles too. Obviously, I take a different stance when they play against the Browns, but as a fan of the Eagles, I honestly, the one thing that I'm glad that Hugh Jackson and Sashi Brown decided to do was not draft Carson Wentz. Like, I am not joking at all when I say that. Like, it's unfortunate the Eagles got him too, I feel like. But, like, they said, like, they were saying, like, okay, maybe short term he may have some success, and he did. But, like, long term, they're like, we don't see that panning out. And, so far, I mean, they've been pretty right on that. Now, granted, I mean, I'm sure I know there's more that goes into it than just the quarterback. I understand that. But even when, I mean, it's not like he didn't have weapons all season, right? You got a surprise for me? You will disclose to me on Facebook. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it really going to be a surprise, though, or... So November 25th, 2015, I have a Facebook post. Johnny Manziel, you're such a fool for what you did. You get handed the keys and you mess it all up by reverting to an immature college kid. I get that you're young and you want to have fun, but you must know that obviously you cannot go out in public drinking without someone recording you. If you need to drink, do it at home. Better yet, you needed to be buried in the playbook and film room to show your dedication. Now we know where you stand. I can't imagine you not understanding why you're now third string. Damn, dude, you really screwed up. Chance after chance, and you constantly find ways to squander them away. Are you sure you want to play football in the NFL at all? Maybe you needed to stay in college a few more years. That was my Facebook post back from 2015. Yeah, exactly. When you can run, if you can run the ball and you have success, I mean, because what? There was a point where like they busted out like a freaking 50-yard run by Chubb or whatever. Like Chubb was beast mode and like fucking stiff arming defenders down the field, man. He was balling. Josh Rosen. Oh god. Yeah. Well, even remember Kevin Cobb? Oh, who remembers Kevin Cobb? Remember getting traded? Wait, he got traded from Philly, right? Because remember he was a stud in Philly all of a sudden. He got traded to Arizona, then just basically disappeared into nowhere. And then who was the other guy? God, who was the guy who played behind Aaron Rodgers, who had the one good game in Green Bay and then got traded somewhere. And then again, he disappeared. What, didn't he go to Seattle or something? Then disappeared in obscurity. Yo, actually, I'm not gonna lie about this. I was thinking this the other day. Cody Parkey is like the best Browns kicker they've had since Phil Dawson, and that's saying a lot. I feel like he actually kind of is up there with Phil Dawson in terms of like if he can manage to stay healthy and continue to stay as consistent as he has been. Like, yeah, your field goal kicker is gonna miss kicks sometimes, but I mean he hasn't missed many. So he's been pretty damn good for Cleveland. I mean, he's been, yeah, but again, like you're gonna miss kicks sometimes, and you can't like you got to be behind. Just like your quarterback's gonna throw interceptions, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna like cut him from the team because he threw a pick? Like no, like you get chances, you get opportunities. You get opportunities to make yourself better, learn from your mistakes, try again, and redeem yourself. It's again, everyone on a football team is expected to have a short mindset, or I guess a forgetful memory when it comes to football games, because you only want to remember the things that you did and learn from those things in a sense, but that's it. What? Are you serious, John? Wow. That's crazy. John, are you serious? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, and sometimes you're gonna miss. Sometimes it happens, right? I mean, but you don't just like cut someone from the team because they made a bad play like one time. I mean, yes, it counts and it matters the most, but like still, you can't just like, hey, you've been solid for me for all these years, and now all of a sudden I'm just gonna be like, meh. Like you screwed up that one time I really needed you, but if you're not doing that consistently, then it's not worth like getting kicked from a team, right? I mean, if you're doing it consistently where you're failing in times of pressure, then yes, I understand why you would cut someone. But if it's just like the one time that they had the opportunity. All right, so let's see. So we were doing this. Okay, so we have card information, we have our collection information. So I was trying to think of like how we were going to do this, but so I have to now I have to remember how to actually like. uh yeah, so I've got all that crap. No, I don't care about that. So why don't they have what? Okay. Right. Still doing this boring stuff. You know what? You know what, Akima? How are you gonna come up in here? How are you gonna come up in here and be like that? I don't come to your job and kick the squeegee out of your hand. Oh, boo. Oh, had a good opportunity to use that line. Oh man. How are you doing, Akima? That was a line from Hey Boy, Hey. That was a line from Down to Earth. I love that movie, and I always wanted an opportunity to be able to use that line because there's a part where Chris Rock. That was when he was the when he became the white guy, and he was at his comedy club, and he had people there, and some guy was mocking him, and he's like, "Yo, man," he's like, why do I got to listen to this crap? And he was basically like heckling him before he could even really start his routine. And, yeah, then he retorted with like, shut up before I crush you with my wallet. Then he's like, yeah, I don't come to work. I don't come to your job and kick the squeegee out of your hand. He's like, I let you get it all up. It's just like so stupid, but hilarious. So it's like, you always look for the opportunity to use something like that. But yeah, such a good movie. I love that movie. One of my favorite movies. Chris Rock had a couple good movies I actually really like. The other one is I Think I Love My Wife. That is another great movie with Chris Rock in it. And it has that one actress lady. I want to say just like black lady but I mean there's obviously multiple black female actresses in movies, but like she was in The Matrix, the second one. No, the second one I believe, or the third one. I can't remember. No, I think it was the third one. Yeah, it was the third one. She was in the third Matrix movie, and at least from what I remember, she was in the third Matrix movie, and that black lady. Yeah, I forget. I don't know her name. That's the thing. I've seen her before. She's got the mole on her face. um, that'll narrow it down. I mean, because there's not really that many actresses that I know of, black female actresses with the mole. Like, she's got the mole on her face. I just don't know her name. Like, I've seen her in multiple movies, and she's actually a pretty good actress. She's actually she's cute. But I don't know her name. I don't know her name. Never looked it up. You know who is a sexy black female actress, though? Oh, I forget her name. Oh, I forget her name. All right, hang on. Let's look this up. No, what the heck? Why would that even come up as a... Not Halle Berry. I think Halle Berry is overrated. Damn, what's her? It's something Washington, if I remember correctly. Kerry Washington. She is. Oh my god. She was actually in. She was in I Think I Love My Wife. I'm almost certain she was freaking hot. Kerry Washington, hot. Who is this girl? Oh, remember that time where Jada Pinkett Smith was in The Matrix? Yeah. I'm trying to look through. God, I'm not gonna be able to find this. She's probably like at the bottom of the list, because she kind of like is in movies, but then like she's not like, she doesn't necessarily play like a prominent role in the movies. She's just kind of like there. I mean, that's just, gosh, what is her name? You know what? There's the easiest way to do this. IMDb Down to Earth. No, not that one. There's yeah, and then they came out with a new Down to Earth movie. It's our mini series, stupid thing. Regina, no, that's not her. No. What the heck? How do they not even have her in here? She's oh, no. Let's do this. We'll do I Think I Love My Wife. That's right. Think Love. She wasn't in Down to Earth. That was someone else. Gina Torres. Is that who she is? No way. That was her. Gina Torres. She's got Torres as a last name? Huh. She must be married to some Spanish guy or something. I don't know. Her name is Gina Torres, apparently. I would have never guessed. But yeah, Kerry Washington, yeah, she was in that movie as well. She played the girl Nikki. Kerry Washington, oh my gosh, she is hot. She is hot. All right, but anyways, what does that got to do with code? Oh, I guess that's the conversation part. Head of state. I feel like I may have seen that before, but I don't really remember it that well. I feel like I've seen it, though, where obviously he played a... She was married to Lawrence Fishburne? Really? Wow. Maybe that's how she got her part in The Matrix, in the third Matrix movie. She walked around saying, I am married to Morpheus. I am his one. Anyways, all right, so let's go ahead and let's get some shit going here. So we're gonna create a class, not as in a school class, but a class object, and we're gonna call this and Bernie Mac is his VP. Oh gosh. God, what was the one movie? I wonder if Terry, because I'm pretty sure it was Terry Crews who played in that Idiocracy, who was like he was like the president, and they talked about how the president was like the brightest and smartest of all people, and this guy in his role in the movie, he was like extremely incompetent. I wonder if he ever looks back on that and you're like, yeah, like I kind of put myself probably in a bad light by being some black guy in a movie where my role was to be like as stupid as possible. Like, I just, I don't know. I wonder. I mean, I guess it's not just because he's black, but I just like I think anyone who stars in a movie, and the reason why you starred in it was like your role in it was to be an idiot. Like honestly, Adam Sandler, I feel like he suffers from that because that's literally like all his movies is he's just an idiot. And I think that's why some people don't like Adam Sandler movies is because you just know what to expect. Is this is going to be him being stupid? That's why actually I don't like most Jim Carrey movies even like because in most of his movies he's just an idiot and an Uncle Tom. What? um, but like you love Adam Sandler movies. Wow. See, that's the thing. Like Jim Carrey, like I don't like Pet Detective, for example, but I liked Bruce Almighty and I liked The Truman Show. Those were like serious. Like yeah, Bruce Almighty was more funny, but it wasn't like over the top, like ridiculous that he normally is. Like he didn't make all his stupid faces and like act all retarded and stuff like that. He just act like a normal person who was like, oh my god, I got power, like, and I have control over my life and I can do whatever I want. Like that's something you can relate to as a human being. And like Truman Show was totally something you could relate to as a human being, which is a good freaking movie. But like Pet Detective and all those other goofy ass movies he had, like those were just absurd. I didn't like anything about them. I thought they were dumb. Like so for me, like I appreciate comedy, but like even I have my limits for what I find comical or amusing. Like it's got to be amusing. It's got to be like witty comedy, I guess, to some extent. And I didn't find anything witty about Pet Detective. You like funny movies, but there's a line between funny and just plain stupid. Yeah. Now, granted, I mean, some people might find, like, I watch South Park, and there might be people that find South Park not to be that funny, but I, like, dude, I obsess over South Park sometimes because because everything they do, I think it's more, like, the creativity of it that I obsess over, but, like, even the stuff they put in the shows is just, like, funny, even though it can be extremely weird. But like I find it extremely funny that is extremely weird. But there's other like and maybe it's because it's cartoon, maybe, and it's not real people. I guess that may be part of it for me. But like with real people, I don't find like certain comedy that funny or I don't know. Like I said, with Jim Carrey, that's kind of my thing. Same thing with Will Ferrell. There's some of his movies that I'm just like really like why. But like I like Step Brothers. I liked watching what was it? The Old School was pretty good. But like I think there's a lot of movies of his that I wouldn't normally like just because it just goes ridiculous. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, okay? What did I want to call this? I'm trying to think. What did we do that worked for these things? I forget. I don't know. We're for the sake of time, I'm just gonna collection database. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure that out later on. So basically, this is a class that's good morning. Donovan's like, I just rolled out of bed like 5 minutes ago. Meanwhile, I've been up doing this since 8:30. It's been 2 hours streaming. Dude, you are a bum, man. You teenagers, I don't know how you do it. Maybe I used to do it as a teenager. I guess I kind of forget at this point, like, what it was like to be a teenager. I mean, I kind of remember, but like, I just, man, I just can't imagine waking up so late. I think even as a teenager, I could never do that because I used to wake up at 5 like all the time. I know I didn't wake up at 5 on the weekends, and I know sometimes we'd stay up all night and we'd sleep all day, but that was like if our cousin was over, so there was a reason, and we just played and stuff like that. But that was not even as a teenager though, right? So that was actually younger than a teenager. So, but as a teenager, I just don't feel like I ever like slept in because then I just feel like I was wasting my day. Hey, I used to sleep till 1 when the quarantine first hit. Well, maybe you were just depressed, to be honest. You were probably just depressed, dude. I mean, I won't fault you for that. I mean, for the if it's related to the quarantine. I'm just saying, generally speaking. So assuming there was no quarantine or there was no COVID and things were normal, like I would never sleep till I could never sleep till like noon or like 10 o'clock. I would be up at like 7 or 8 in the morning because like I just couldn't imagine wasting my whole day sleeping. Like if there's no motivation to go somewhere, or if you can't go somewhere, then what's the point? Well, because you can do stuff at home, dude. Like that's the thing, man. That's what I said. Like that's why I have my puzzles. Buy puzzles. That was the first thing. I don't know if you guys remember when COVID first hit. Freaking jigsaw puzzles. Those things were like going out of stock. They were a dying trend. But no, it's because people were buying those things up because those are things that you can do that are they get your mind focused on trying to complete something. You're trying to complete an objective. It's almost like playing a game, but not playing a game, right? You're trying to complete an objective and using your brain power to try to solve something. That is like, if you can get your mind hooked on something like that, then you forget about everything else. Like for me, I mean, as strange as it sounds, that's why I like to write code. When I write code, I'm like focused on writing code and nothing else. Like everything else goes to the side for me. I can get so entrenched in just what I'm doing that I forget that anything else even exists. That is like my thing. So, it's it's my place that I can go mentally to get away from life, and I guess. So there's a 10-person limit for Thanksgiving gathering in New York, but I highly doubt anyone follows it because everyone up here are a bunch of idiots. Well, okay. You just picked things out of the library and started reading. Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, that good. For me, reading is not my thing. If I read, like, my idea of reading is listening to an audiobook. Like, I just cannot stand reading. I'd rather, because, like, I can listen to an audiobook and do other things. Like, I can listen to an audiobook and cut the grass, or I can listen to an audiobook and clean my house. Like, I can't read and clean my house. I just feel like reading is just like, it's so boring and monotonous to me, unless it's something I'm interested in reading. And I'm not very interested in reading much unless it's technology related. I love technology related stuff. So like I'm reading stuff like how to write code and crap like that. So you don't really, I mean, you have books for that, but like that you don't really like, you buy a book to do something like that if you're planning on actually doing it along with the book. So you can't really like do something and write code, learn to write code at the same time, So like I try to find books that I'm like, oh, I'm interested in listening to this and get it on Audible, and then I can listen to it while I'm doing something else. Like I listen to a book while I'm working at work, like, and I can do that. I can focus on both things at the same time. So yeah. All right. Anyway, so let's go ahead and let's do some of this. Let's do some of this. Okay. Oh no, not class. Uh, card. Get cards. So then we're gonna have int collection ID as a value we pass into this thing. So then we're going to have using I don't know. I feel like it's not easy to pay attention to the book without the physical copy in front of you. I don't like reading either, but yeah, I mean, I just if it's something I'm interested in, like I'll soak in the knowledge just by listening to it. Like again, I because of like Natasha and having kids and stuff like that. I I got some I got some kids books from Audible. Not like children's books, but books about like parenting and I listened to one of those and like literally I remember like just about everything about it. But that was because like it was actually interesting. Um so like and I listened to that while I was working, but like I also got my work done, but I could also pay attention to what was going on in the book and it was giving tips and tricks and stuff like that that you can use as a parent and all that stuff and it was it was a great book. But then there was another book I was listening to about like how you help yourself uh fix your brain more or less when it comes to thinking like about negative stuff and getting stuck into like paradoxes and crap like that. Um that book was very dry and so I was trying to listen to it but it was more like irritating trying to listen to it while I was doing something else. I could not really focus on or understand what they were talking about while I was doing something else. So that one was a little bit different. So that's like one where I may need to just like sit there and listen to it while I'm not doing something else so that way I could actually like understand what the hell they're saying cuz they were just saying a lot of stuff and I'm just like, okay, it just sounds like background noise to me and it was just really irritating, so I had to stop listening to it. All right, so basically what we're doing here is we have our collection data contacts and we need to we're pulling out the list of cards. So the way that we do this is we have to so this should be okay, yeah. To list bam. Okay. Actually, I can just put return here. So this is basically it. So we basically say, give me the list of cards where collection ID equals this collection ID. So that is the way that we can do that. So one other thing that we can actually do is, so one of the things that I have been doing quite a bit is running, Akima, why do you say Akima? Yeah. All right, so one of the things that we've been doing is new project. So we want a class library. What? That's weird. Okay. So we want to call this unit tests. All right. So this is going to give us some options actually to be able to do some stuff. So normally in a Windows Form app, the form itself is what you see, and so like basically I want to be able to test certain things without going through the whole process of doing a form. To you listening and parenting. Oh, yeah. I mean, I tried. I'm trying to do everything that I can to be, helpful. I mean, that's the thing, man. I'd go to great lengths for her. But yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to do. Plus, some of it was also so I could tell her, like, say stuff to her and be like, hey, like, I noticed, this is what you're doing, and hey, like, did you think about this? Did you think about that? I mean, there was something, because one of the books I read, I was telling her about what I was learning there, and I said, you could probably try this for some of the things that you hate that your kids do. And she tried it so far. She's like, yeah, I tried some of the things, and she's like, yeah, the things that I've tried, like, they actually work, which is good. Like, that's it's what you want to see happen. And so she's like, yeah, I guess I never really, well, I mean, I guess she never really thought that, like, just doing something so simple could have such a great effect on your kids. So we kind of actually use that in chat a little bit too, indirectly, sometimes. It's called the book. That book was called Ignore It, and it's basically, the whole thing was like, basically like, you know what? When your kid's doing something stupid, just ignore them and let them be stupid, and then eventually they'll just stop being stupid on their own, sort of. So, like, one of her things that she told me, she's like, yeah, the one thing I hate is, like, when I'm using the bathroom, the kids come to the door and they start banging on the door, and they're like, mommy, 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 like, and they just won't stop. But then she normally would, like, answer them, and it's like, by acknowledging the bad behavior, you're basically promoting it to continue to happen. And so the thing in the book was just ignore it, because then once they realize that them doing, promoting that behavior, them doing that doesn't get any acknowledgement, then they just stop doing it because they're not getting what they want out of it. So she told me that she's done that. She told me about a couple of specific examples where she did that, and she's like, yeah, they just walk away. And then I'm like, well, what were they doing when you came out? Oh, everyone was doing their own thing. Exactly. It's like, that's exactly what you want to have happen. Go find something else to do. Like, you don't need to, it can't be that important unless the house is burning down. You don't need to be banging on the door, like, saying, mommy, mommy, like, I need your attention. Like, no, it's just, that's all kids want, is they're just trying to find ways to get attention. That's not all they want, but, like, generally speaking, like, when it comes to behavioral issues, it's because they need attention. That's why, I mean, not joking, when people, even in chat or from the stream, change the way they act, That's usually because you're looking for attention. And that's why I'm like, hey, are you okay? Like, are you sure you do you need attention or something? Is that why you're acting out? Like, that's why people change behaviors, is because they're asking for attention. They want people to notice them. Kids do the same thing, and then basically, if you start ignoring them, then and that's the same thing, it applies to human anyone else as well, not just kids. Like, um, they they progressively their attention behavior their the behavior changes to be progressively worse once you start ignoring certain behavior. So like if you start ignoring the basics, then they start trying to get worse because it's like, wait, well they're not noticing me doing this, so I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna escalate my behavior to like try to force you to recognize me, and you just have to keep ignoring it. Because as soon as you acknowledge it, then it's basically like a battle of wills. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is the battle of wills. Who can last the longest without acknowledging the other person? And then eventually, like, then when the kids, when the person stops doing what they're doing, and then, oh, I ignore my kids dad too. My youngest gets his step stool outside the door until I get out. Wow. Oh, God. Yeah, well, she said the one day the kid, one of her daughter came and was like calling her name, and she was taking a shower, and she's like, "Yeah, I accidentally left the door open." So she came in the shower and opened up the shower curtain while she was in the shower, but then she just did her best to she didn't, because again they say you're not supposed to look at them or make faces or anything that lets them know that you're acknowledging them, and so she basically the same thing. She's like, I turned my back to her, I didn't acknowledge her, even though she opened up the shower curtain somewhat to try to call for me and stuff, and she's like, then she just walked away. She's like, unfortunately I got water on the floor because of the way the thing is situated, but she's like, but she walked away and she just went and did her own thing. And it's just like, exactly, that's what you need to do, because the more you let them know that they're able just to get in your face all the time and be dumb, it's just. And just like I tell her, again, I don't like to compare kids to dogs, but you kind of do. It's like you're training your kids like you would train an animal. I mean, it's almost the same exact thing. It's almost the same exact thing. You have to, it's almost the same way you would train a dog. I mean, and again, I'm not comparing them to dogs, but I mean, I am to some extent, because you have to train them to learn how to behave in life. Because some people are not going to tolerate them acting the way they act. And then that whole book went into the whole thing about parenting in store situations. People were gonna look at you, but you don't need to be worrying about what other people are thinking about you, and let them think whatever they want. They can say stuff to you, but they don't understand what you're trying to do, and so it was a very good book. They had a lot of use cases and different scenarios, and very, very well thought through. So I love books like that when it comes down to logic. Oh yeah, I totally dig that. All right. So what am I doing? I think so. This is I need to test method. I feel like I need to add. Okay. Okay. Oh. I didn't know that's how that worked, but okay. Yeah, so I need to add Microsoft dot Visual. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Great. Microsoft dot Visual. What? What? What is this crap? Why don't they have that seems weird. Whoa, what? Dot testing. Test tools dot unit testing. Why does it just have UI testing? All right, I'm a little confused on that. But how did I act as a kid? Honestly, I don't really know. Like I pretty much for the most part I felt like I just I was quiet and I never really talked to anyone, never really did anything. I mean, like me and my brother used to fight a lot. That's all I remember was my brother and I fighting, and like we didn't stop fighting until someone was bleeding basically. Like it was, we had some pretty bad fights like almost all the time. We would just like fucking try to kill each other, so that was cool. So that's okay. So actually, so let's just try this. So there, it said something about like adding a unit test, but like I don't see that here. That's weird. Oh, this is Visual Studio 2019. You jerks. Test tools. Unit testing. Okay. But there's no unit testing. That's what I don't understand. It just has UI testing. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand this. Okay. So maybe this is test tools? Damn it, dude. So This is so weird. This is just a regular class library, so I'm not really sure why this is doing this like this. Fudge. This is gonna become more. This shouldn't be this complicated. I mean, I guess I may just abandon this right now. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Remove. Let's remove this. Yes. Yes. I know how JJ acted as a kid. JJ acted like a butthead. A big, fat butthead. Or maybe a skinny little butthead. I don't know. You right, I was chunky. Chunky JJ. Chunky likes salsa. Oh, it makes sense too. He's Mexican. Chunky salsa. Boom, bam. Oh. So now Natasha's saying that her sister's sick. The sister who just had a kid. Whew. Oh, my poor babe. I am just like, I'm so irritated this is happening to her. I hope she gets her test results and that it's just them being, her just being sick, like basic sick. Okay, anyways, let's move on to this. So basically, I think what I'm gonna do here is, oh, you know what? This is gonna be hard for me to do. This is gonna be difficult, actually. Byte array. Yeah, so I basically have to convert the image into a stream. Oh no, yeah, I would just basically have to take the image and then call like get bytes or something like that, and that'll return a byte array, and then that byte array. So basically, what I'm planning on doing was my original thought. Oh, hey cutie, what's up, Carson? How's it going, dude? What I was originally thinking was that I wasn't going to store the images in the database, but I changed my mind on that because then what would happen is every time you wanted to view a collection, it would have to go to Beckett's website to pull in the images. Basically, you're re-downloading the images again, and so I figured the images don't change, and it's not like you're gonna have like there's not like it'll make the database bigger by storing the images, but the images aren't that big themselves, so it shouldn't really take up that much space to just store the images locally on your computer. So that was my plan. Is I just decided, you know what, I'll keep the image URL to have it for future reference, but then the image itself will just be saved with the data. And so that way, when you want to pull up a collection, there's no need to go to the Beckett website to pull in that data. It will just it will just pull it from your database locally. So because otherwise then it like I have to have like a load process for pulling in the data and stuff. That's gonna take a little bit longer than just pulling the data from the database. All right. So I don't know who was here earlier, or who's here now, but basically, I was saying earlier this morning that so Natasha is sick. She was administered a COVID test on Tuesday, so yesterday, and she's waiting her results. The doctor said that the people that she needed to alert. Well, see, it's weird. I don't like how they told her what to do. I feel like they were stupid in telling her to do what she did. I mean, I understand why, but I don't understand why. So basically, if we, as we all know, the well, in case you don't know, the incubation period of COVID is anywhere between 2 and 14 days. So that's basically between 2 and 14 days is when you are expected to experience symptoms after contracting COVID if you have it, and if your body doesn't just automatically reject it somehow. So you could, because you can be a carrier but not know it. So she was with me on Wednesday and she was starting to feel sick like between Thursday and Friday. Um and so they said like only the people that she was sick around or were experiencing symptoms around are the people that she needed to alert immediately, which was her primary family and stuff. But they said, well, if their test comes back positive, then she needs to start going back and giving them a list of everyone she's come in contact with in the last 14 days. And it's just like, but yeah, I get that. But like, none of the people that you came in contact with the last 14 days should also be aware of the fact that like, hey, I was around you and I might actually have it. I just don't know yet. So you may want to potentially quarantine yourself until I get to the point where I know whether or not I tested positive. But that's not how the doctors are approaching it. And I'm like, that sounds kind of effing stupid. That doesn't sound right to me. So I'm like, yeah, so basically, they were supposed to come over today. They're not coming over today now because she doesn't have her test results back yet. And so if I don't have it and she, we don't want to have the risk of her then potentially giving it to me, and all that. And yeah, and so my brother and my mom don't necessarily want to take a risk, so I may not be going to Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow night unless I happen to find out before tomorrow that she's not positive. And I find it very unlikely, given that she was just given the test on Tuesday, that she'll know before Thursday. I highly doubt it because of the holidays and stuff, and the testing process usually is still days before you know. So yeah. So yeah, so basically I may not, she's with her family right now because they were already exposed while she was sick, so she can probably have some form of Thanksgiving dinner with them, but I cannot have in theory right now any form of Thanksgiving dinner with my family because I have to wait to see if she is positive or not. So So I'm just trying to just go have it with her. Well, no, see that's the thing is that they were supposed to come over here, but like again, depending upon when she may have contracted it. But see the thing is that because I kept trying to explain it to her, like I'm like, look, it's anywhere between 2 and 14 days, so you could have been like that could have been like the 14th day or something. You know what I'm saying? Like you're in Ohio, you just come have it with me. Oh snap! I got my turducken. Now I can't make it. I have no one to make it for. I'm not gonna cook it for myself. That'd be freaking weird. So I'm not experiencing any symptoms of that though, even though she already has, but she also has the reason why it's worse for her is because she actually has a weak immune system. So she's one of those like people that basically contract everything because her immune system's so weak. And so that's why she among like of all people has to be very careful of her interaction with other people. You know, even though she does DoorDash, she still wears her mask, still carries her hand sanitizer in her car and stuff like that. So I mean, she does everything that she possibly can to remain safe. And she uses it all the time. So like, you know, there's not much more you can really do except for that. So that's that. But anyways, all right. So let's how are we gonna do this? So we need to add cards. So we're gonna create something. So basically, all I'm trying to do right now is just like not really think about that and just focus more on positive thoughts and yeah, just focus on that and you know, cards. Yes. So fortunately I remember some of this. Save changes. Save changes in this context underlying database. Boom. So that's how you do it. In theory, it should be that simple. So what do I want to do? Yeah, so I don't know. I'm trying to just be positive for her too. I mean, she said that she woke up feeling like shit today. Um, so that's the thing. Like, it's very unfortunate. You know, I just hope that it's just regular ass sickness. I mean, for her sake and for my sake and for the sake of everyone else that she's been around for the last 2 weeks. Because there's no way of knowing like when you would have contracted it. You know, I mean, unless what day did she get tested? Yesterday. Yesterday. So she had a virtual appointment on Monday, and they said, "Yeah, it sounds like you sound and look like, I guess, or sound like, and it sounds like you have symptoms that align with COVID, because she's got like the heavy chest, coughing, swollen throat. They said her tonsils are white apparently, which I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean. Um, that was what they found out when she went to the actual visit yesterday. So they looked at her and said basically something like someone suggested doing the rapid test, but then they said the rapid test seems to weigh more on the positive side. It's not like nearly, I guess, as accurate. So that was interesting to hear that. So they said no, just give her the standard test to make sure, and get like a more accurate result. But they said from everything that she said and what they saw is that it seems like she may have it. But they gave her some, like, they gave her a what the hell are those things called? The things that you give for people with asthma. Inhaler. So they gave her an inhaler and they gave her some medicine to help her breathe better. So like fortunately she didn't have to get admitted to the hospital or anything like that. I was gonna say my throat was starting to feel sore, but I've also been talking a lot today. I've also been talking since like almost for like 3 hours, so that could be problematic as well. That also makes your throat sore when you are talking for long periods of time, especially when you're not used to talking for that long period of time. Yeah, that's what they told her though about the rapid test though, was like they said, yeah, it tends to lead more towards positive. Like it seems like it'll give you you'll get more false negatives or false positives. Sorry, false positives. So they said just use the one that takes longer to get something more accurate. Because again, I mean, she's got kids. I mean, not that it changes for her. It's different for her than anyone else. But she's obviously got her kids that she needs to worry about, and her family that she's been around and exposed everyone to it. So I mean, and now her sister's sick today. So again, that's why I just hope that it's not anything serious. And for me, it takes a lot to get me sick. Like usually, I don't get sick unless it's a virus. Like it's got. So like a virus in the sense of like a stomach bug kind of thing, like that's like usually when I get sick. But other than that, like I might just get like a head cold or whatever. I drink some Theraflu, go to bed, and I'm good. Like that's usually the way I do it. Drink a shit ton of orange juice. You know, make sure you keep pumping the vitamin C into your system and get plenty of rest, and then you're good. Okay, so so we got add cards. So we have a method to add cards. So basically, this is to add the list of cards. So when you go to save the collection, boom, it's going to add the list of cards associated with that collection. So that's what this does. It's adding the range basically allows you to pass in a list of card objects. So you don't have to just go loop through each one and add one at a time and then save. It's going to add a whole bunch of cards at one time, save the changes, and then they will be in the database. That is the way it's supposed to work. So yeah, so that's the way that works. Then we need to so we have our card DTO. We need a map. We need a mapping thing. So actually we can just make this real simple. we'll just create a method for private list card. Oops. Convert to card. So we can do list card DTO, card DTOs. So we can do like a couple different ways of doing this, but So does anyone have anything interesting they want to talk about? Is anyone else doing like some Thanksgiving stuff today, or does anyone else got plans to go be with people tomorrow? I mean, I know in Ohio they tell you shouldn't travel. Like they said, even like, or actually for Cuyahoga County specifically, they said their stay-at-home order lasts till like mid-December, and it's just like, okay, you're insane to think that people are really gonna abide by that. I mean, they're not enforcing it, so that's good. So I mean, technically, you can still do whatever the hell you want. But I have noticed that, like, when I was out and about the past couple of days, that there are far fewer people on the road. So I mean, yeah, I mean, people are taking it seriously, but still, people are gonna go out and do stuff. You know, I would have gone to, if it weren't for me learning about the whole COVID thing, like I would have went to B-Dubs with my brother yesterday. We would have went out. I mean, I'm still going out to restaurants and eating and shit. I mean, if anything, it's more safe because there's less people out. So I mean, it's kind of like you can be baking an apple pie. Are you gonna stick your finger in it? Make love to that apple pie like it's the real deal? Hopefully you don't have any family around. You're like, Baker, you're on speaker. Give everyone COVID. God. I should actually go to B-Dubs and do that because all those people are a bunch of idiots now. You hate me. Why? Why do you hate me? Don't hate me. I love you. You're 18 now. I can say that. You're 19? What? You're 19? When the hell did that happen? Holy shit, dude. The fuck? Bro. Oh my god. Ugh. Sorry, bro. Sorry. As of October. Jeez. So there's shorthand ways of doing what I'm writing here, but we will. You know what? For Christmas, I told Natasha, because she was saying like, "Oh, I'm looking for stuff to buy you, and I want to get you something nice and all this stuff." I'm like, dude, like, I get spending money, but like, I'm more about like sentimental stuff. Give me something that like is just like you can just be like, "Oh, that's a very thoughtful gift." Like that's just something that's nice. Like that shows me that you know me, and that shows me that you were thinking about me. Like it doesn't like I don't concern myself with how much something is, how much something costs. It's more about, what thought you put into the actual gift. That's the same thing I told Natasha. I mean, she actually already knows what I gave her for Christmas. Unfortunately, well, I actually because she yeah, because I let her use it the night we went on our date. But I said, you can use this, but I'm like, we have to put it back in the box, and then you'll get it for Christmas. So yeah. Nick Saban tested positive again. Well, that's what he gets for being Nick Saban. That's what he gets. You know what? I'm going to go. I need to warm up my coffee. So I'm going to keep going. I mean, I have no reason to stop right now. I mean, it's not like I have anything else better to do today. But this is something that I've been trying to work on anyway. So, like, I can do this while I talk. And then, yeah. I don't know what else I would really do except for, like, play games or work on my puzzle or, well, I have to wait when Walmart does the Xbox One X thing. But I haven't, that's weird. I signed up for that website. Oh, by the way, then of course yesterday pissed me off. The Bigger Turducken has become available now. I was so pissed off they sent me that notification. I'm like, dude, you would send me that shit when I can't actually do anything. You son of a biscuit. I mean, I had the 10 pounds. So it was either 10 pound or 14. I mean, the 10 pound still looks pretty big when it was thawed. When it was frozen, I was like, dude, this thing looks small as hell. Then I saw it thawed. I'm like, okay, that makes more sense now. All right, I need to start I'm going to warm up my coffee that I need to warm up. And then I'll come back up. That'll take about 10 minutes. I'll set a timer for it to heat up. And then, then I'll have to go get some coffee. So hang on. All right, I lied. It's probably going to be like 5 minutes because there's not that much coffee. It has to inflate. What? Yeah. Okay, all right. So let's keep this going. I set my timer, so I'll go down there and get my coffee when it's ready. Put it on the stove. I put up all my Christmas lights yesterday. Dude, that's the thing. I wasn't going to tell Natasha either. I was going to wait. The plan was that she was going to come over because I know she is really big into Christmas, and I told her I was pondering putting my Christmas lights up this year, but I never told her I went and bought my new icicle lights to replace the ones I threw away after last year. So I did that, but then so I wasn't going to tell her that I put anything up. I was just going to wait for her to come over and have all the lights turned on and her be like, "Oh my God, that's so cool." And so then I ended up just having to send her a picture because, again, I don't know when I'm going to see her again yet, which, is frustrating for the both of us. She's irritated about it just as much as I am. And so, but we just got to kind of make the best of the situation right now. And because her throat's all sore, like she's not really talking, she can't really talk that much. I haven't talked to her since Sunday, but she sounded like she sounded like deaf on Sunday. She could barely talk, so we talked for like a few minutes, just long enough to hear each other's voice for 5 minutes and say hi and, hey, how's it going, blah, blah, blah. So it's been rough. It's been rough. All right, anyways. So convert to card. So basically, I'm taking this data object, and I need to convert it to a card object. So card equals new card. So basically, I'm going to set all the properties here. Oh, excuse me. Card ID. So we may want to change that in our DTO. We'll change that to Beckett ID or something like that. Follow suit. Probably. Actually, while we're doing this, let's take our card thing and shove this right here. There we go. What's up, Marcus? Good morning. Don't tell me you just woke up, dude. If you tell me you just woke up, we can't be friends. We can't be friends. I'm still in love with you. Oh, you know what? We don't actually have the collection ID in there. We need to fix that. So we're gonna have to, actually we do need to figure that out. We're to figure out because we need to add this stuff to the database. So I'm writing this card stuff, but I'm really gonna have to work on. I have to work on the adding the collections and stuff too. Because I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do that yet. To be honest, I may, I think I actually I have an idea of what I might do just to keep it simple. It'll make it easy. It'll make it easy. So, but we'll have a placeholder for that anyways. So card dots, and then card ID. Card number. Yeah, so I mean, I call that card number. I mean, really, it should be card ID and Beckett ID. That seems to make a lot more sense to me, because a card ID is just a way you identify the card, and an ID can be, it doesn't imply number or string, like, character. It doesn't imply anything. It could be anything you want. It's an identification number, so it could be alphanumeric for all we care. So that's why I like card ID better. But anyways, so let's see, card. Oh, okay. Hang on, I gotta go get my coffee. Okay, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. As well, I was gonna buy freaking cups for the kids because I don't really have like good plastic cups for them. So I was gonna go to Walmart and buy that. I already had bought some like little hugs and stuff like that for them when they come over, because normally all I have is I just have water. I don't have pop or anything else like that. So when they come over here, they usually just drink water, which is, I think, what they should be drinking anyway, so they don't get all hyped up. I don't really feel like feeding them a bunch of sugar. They're already freaking they already have enough energy as it is. They don't need more. Like, usually after they eat, they're already like freaking insane. All right, so this is basically all I'm doing here. This is code to copy one object to another, essentially, is what's happening. So like, it's kind of tedious, like boring shit to write, but like it has to be done. So like, it's getting done. Card name, card image URL equals card. Messi lives another day. What? Oh my gosh, Chester, come on. So card image dot get. Yeah, so I need to do stream and get the bytes from this thing. Chester. Oh. Can I? Oh, shoot. No, so I need to be able to pass in an object to something. No, I don't need that. So let me see. How to convert image to byte array. If anything, guys, like that's the easiest way to do it is sometimes you just look up code. Sometimes it's what you got to do. So we basically have to do something comparable to this. Oh, so you're saving it. Oh, wow. So you're basically saving it to a memory stream. Gosh. And then uh huh. Wait, what? No, you're not saving it to a memory stream. What the hell are you saving it? I'm confused. What is this? Oh yeah, you are. You're saving it to the memory stream. So that's kind of interesting. Okay. And I hate when people do this. So save that, and then we there. So that's basically what we do for that. So essentially, we're creating a new memory stream, and then we're saving the card image into that memory stream, and then getting the bytes, turning that memory stream into bytes, and pulling the bytes out of it and saving it into our byte array. So that this card image is what goes into the database, and that is a byte array. So that's why we need to save it that way. So that's why we have to go through this conversion, because it's basically taking an image. So card image in our data object is a actual bitmap image. So we need to take the bitmap image and then save it accordingly. I actually probably should consider. I think there's some way I can make those JPEGs or something specifically or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just it is what it is, but. Okay, so we have that. So there's our image. What's this for again? This is for my my Beckett thing that I'm doing. It's for myself. So if anyone remembers, so like with enums, again, enumerators, no, not enumerators, enum. So these equate to readable values, but they always have an integer value that is stored behind the scenes to identify which one is which. And so I'm basically just saying, get me the integer value of the selected card quality value, and that will basically return what I need for the card quality data object that I've got here. So, ugh. So these are both decimals. So this is basically going to be the same thing. I don't know how many of these things I need, but I need quite a few. So copy and paste works the best in those cases. Yeah, there's some aspects of code development or coding that are kind of like, ugh. When am I gonna play Among Us? I don't know, dude. I don't know. All right, so let's move this back in there. So now that we've got that, so now we've got our. Where the hell did that go? Okay. This actually, right. So this actually is going to be a public static. So the reason why we're doing that is because, so anything that's public or private within a class are things that are members or properties or methods that you can invoke only when you have that class instantiated or an instance of that class instantiated. This right here is more like a utility method where you pass in a list of card data transfer objects and you convert them to our card data objects. And we got to forget about the most important part here. Cards.add card. So we have to actually add them to our list of cards, then return the list. So this is basically just a utility method, and so it's by making it static means I don't have to have an instance of this class in order to invoke this method, which is exactly what I want. So I don't need. I just want to be able to pass it to lists or pass it this list and have it give me back the other list. So that's why I'm doing this. Now, typically, this might actually end up being in another class or some utility class or something like that, possibly, but I just kind of keep it all together because it makes more sense to me that way. So that's why I'm doing it this way. Plus, again, not enterprise development here, but just trying to get the code done here, get it written. All right, so we're going to have to figure out the collection ID actually as well. So that should be easy. So first we're going to go to our card detail object. Oh, we're already here. So if I rename this, I think that actually went through everywhere else. Oh, yeah, because it was in the constructor. Yeah, so see that it did rename it to Beckett ID, so right. So then I'm going to change card number to card ID. There we go. This is what code.org taught you. What the hell is code.org? Is that even a thing? So, all right, so we rename card ID. Where's the place where you pull your what? So you can put your left in the space. What the? I don't even know what the hell you're talking about, dude. Hmm. Yeah, you're speaking Greek now, Marcus. You're the CEO of Code. Interesting. My poor Chester. He puked. I don't understand this freaking cat, man. Do you have paperwork? Oh god, I'm scared. Okay. Right. So we need to add. Where do we have that in here? Beckett ID and collection ID, then card ID. I mean, really, it should have. It didn't really matter, but prop int collection ID. Boom, boom. Okay, so we have a collection ID now in here that needs to be set, and we will be able to get that from. So when we go and add our cards here, so we need to actually pass in the collection ID. So collection ID is already set, I believe. And so we have a selected node. But we can't actually. Oh yeah, we can refer to that here from here because it's not like a UI. It's not the UI per se. So we could do something like this underscore selected node dot tag. I believe it is tag. So the tag is the so we're going to convert this. Now granted, we could do an extension method on object. But yeah, we're not going to do that. So now we have to change our DTO class to be able to accept an integer int collection ID. You're failing PE. What? Bro. Is that even possible? I mean, I guess clearly it is because you're failing it, but that's a little odd. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so basically, yeah. So as we go through and you start compiling the list of cards, we're going to add the collection ID to it now. So now we have a collection ID, the card associated to collection IDs. You found the way? I mean, that had to be pretty difficult to do that because I remember girls that would stand in the back of in the gym class and they would still somehow manage to pass. So I don't know how you could possibly be failing that. Like you have to try to fail it. Okay. So, then basically no effort. Well, I guess so. So now we have our save collection thing. So this is actually where oh. Hmm. We may have to yeah, we may have to do some stuff here. We're gonna probably have to do some magic here. I'm trying to think. It's not the tag though. No, it's not the tag that we need. It's a key. Does magic mean us playing Among Us and voting off president with no evidence whatsoever? I don't know. I guess maybe. Oh man. Yeah, my sinuses have been really bad. I don't know if that's but I didn't see that on the list of COVID stuff. But my sinuses have been really bad lately. I feel like I may have a sinus infection or something close to it. Wow, Marcus, thanks. Well, you heard what I said earlier, right? So, I mean, there's a chance I may have it, but I don't know yet. But yeah, my sinuses have just been like hell this week. Or for the last week, they've been hell. When am I going to play Mining Simulator again? I don't know, dude. Yeah, there was two of them. There was Mining Simulator and there was Treasure Hunt Simulator. Was it Mining Simulator? Yeah, I think it was, right? Yeah. Yeah, there was two of them that I played. There was one I was a lot better at or I enjoyed more. No, I know I played both. I'm just saying that I couldn't remember if the names were accurate. They were pretty bad. They were not bad. You just sucked at them, dude. So don't give me that crap. Bro, I paid for VIP in like both of those, I think. That's messed up. I still have Robux left over. Actually. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm trying to what I needed to do here. So basically I'm trying to buy a better haircut. No. Hell no. Forget that. I don't care how my player looks in the game, dude. So I need to be able to I need to be able to supply the collection information here. And I need a way to get it into the information of the card. And so when they click the background worker, this is initiated when they add the new collection. So the selected node, the node would be selected. And so I know I have the right collection information, But when I add a node, I know that the tree view, yeah, that would be the key. So that would be correct, but this is like, yeah, the key. I need to get the key value from the node. Here we go. This dot tree view key. So I need to get this actually. Well, actually, I just really need this. Oh, okay. Right. No, that's not going to be right. No, 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 no. No, that's not going to be right. It's got to be the key of the node. So this dot selected node dot key. There is some way to get the key for this thing. Tyrod's playing Warzone. English, please. I feel like it's the name or something. I swear I feel like it's name. So actually, though, there's one way we can find this out. We're just gonna do this. So the code we added is not gonna do anything yet, anyway. So well, actually, we just do it with the folder. We don't need to do it with that. We just need to see the value of what the key is when we add a folder to this thing. Playing cool math games. What? Actually, this, we just need to comment out. I just need to end up taking this out because we don't need that method anymore. All right, so add folder test. So tree view key is 1. F10. All right, so selected node. Let's see. So there's not a, I think it's just called name. Yeah, so the name is 1. Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't, like, that's so weird. But whatever, it works. So yeah, so we'll have the name. So the name is basically the collection ID. So that's what we wanted there. And then, so then we go to save changes. Then, so this is going to be, well, no, because this would make sense. Like, it's going to be what it is. Like, so it's going to work the same way. So, we should be fine here. So we're gonna have to pull out all of the, we're gonna have to pull out all the properties of this thing, of this entire grid. Ugh. which I guess we should have figured that we would have needed to do anyways. Hi, Chester. Oh. Boop. Okay, so card equals new card. So card dot Beckett ID equals so it would be shit, we're not gonna have that either. That was the other thing I was thinking of. Yeah. Fudgeroonies. So like in the tag information, we are storing the card number. Wait, no. No, I take that back. We're storing the Beckett ID in there. That's right, that's what that is. We're storing the Beckett ID in there. That's what we need there. So that's fine. And then card ID rows. Actually, we don't need to do this. Dot cells card number. I forget what the hell we called this thing. So we have to make sure it also matches, like, okay, so we just call that card number. I mean, yeah. So this is basically, so we're preparing to save this data. So this is obviously when you go to save a collection, we have to create a new data element. And actually we have to do this list cards equals new list cards. So then we'll add, so for each of our items that are dirty, we're going to add it to our cards array, and then we are going to save the data. We should actually have something in here. If there's no dirty rows, then like you don't do anything, basically, because there's no point in recalculating if nothing changed. So that's some logic we have to add, but you know, whatever. We'll just add it right now. If this dot dirty rows dot count equals 0, actually greater than 0, right? So basically, if there are dirty rows, then you go ahead and do all this crap. Because if nothing's changed, then you don't need to recalculate anything. Everything stays the same. Yeah. Otherwise, we could also put something in there with a message box saying, hey, nothing changed, idiot. So I'm not sure what you're trying to save. You know, we can use whatever message we want. We can say idiot. How about that? Create an app that, like, anytime you screw up, the app just like gives you all these insulting pop-ups or message boxes. Like, good going, jackass. You fucked up, bro. Like that would be like the funniest thing. Just be like, oh my god, like, I feel so insulted. It was an accident, man. It was an accident. I didn't mean to do it. All right. So yes. Okay. So then we'll add our cards. now we know that we'll have dirty rows. So like that's the hope. That was actually kind of the purpose of that. So then we have dirty rows. So then we can just say collection data. No, actually collection database. Collection database db equals new collection database. So we'll instantiate that. Then we'll just say db dot I made those private. Yeah, that was kind of dumb. That was kind of dumb. Kind of dumb. Kind of dumb. db dot add cards. So this basically is saying, okay, instantiate a new collection database and go ahead and add some cards, add the list of cards to the database. So in theory, if all goes well, then we can do whatever the hell we want here with this shiznit. Meow. 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 Shut up. Okay. So we have to go through and finish mapping the rest of this stuff again, essentially. So now we're so basically what we're doing is it's saying like we have to go through each one of those columns that we have and pull the data out to be able to create our card data class instance, and then before we can save it. So we're back to this again in a sense. So we need to make sure we account for everything. John, I know, Marcus. I'm sorry. Hey, coding is not for the faint at heart. Faint at heart card name. Yeah, we could see we put player name there, but we didn't really need to. We shouldn't put player name there, but whatever. We need to change that to card name, anyways. So card name. Weren't you there when Washington crossed the Delaware? I was actually. I was. It was an amazing sight to see. Like I wish you were there, man. It was. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be issues. Oh my gosh. Ugh. So let's just go ahead and do this. So we're not gonna be able to have the image URL unless somehow we're able to save that. You know what? We could probably save that. You know, I bet you could probably put a tag on a cell, right? So I could probably just save the image URL with the actual, let's do that. Let's see if that'll actually work. Genius. I'm trying to think though, do I want to do that? Because I feel like I have multiple properties I need to save for this for some reason. So what don't I have? I don't have the... So the collection ID I do have, because that's what's selected. I don't have the image URL. Is that really the only thing then, I guess? I guess so. So then, yeah. Okay, so when we're adding the rows, so basically this is what we're going to do. Oh. Okay. Well, this is going to be unique. So we have to data grid view cell card image cell equals new. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Okay. Oh. Okay, so actually this is okay, so this is what we'll do, right? So we added the row cell equals data grid items row index dot cell. Whoa. Wait, what? Wait, what? Data grid items. Wait, hold on. Oh, dot rows. Row index. Dot cells. Why won't you run for governor? You can stop COVID. I mean, look. No, I can't single-handedly stop COVID as the governor. I mean, that's the thing, dude. Like the problem is, I don't know. Actually, I can't even pretend to know what the problem is. I mean, all I can say is that, you know, the states just need to do what states need to do to try to stop it from spreading. I mean, so I think DeWine doing a fine job. And that's the thing. Like, you would think that just because he's a Republican, I'd be against him. Certainly, there are things that he has pushed forward that I don't agree with. But as far as how he's handling the whole COVID situation, I think he's been doing about as good as you could expect from a governor. Like, I'm not really sure what else more he could have done. Remember, he was one of the first governors to shut down a state. I mean, you don't set a better example than that. You know, you know what you're dealing with when you make those decisions. So, all right. So, card image. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Card image. So we can actually add a tag to this. Tag equals bam. Oh. Oh. Right. Okay. Dot tag equals, and then so we have card image URL. So we will add that as a tag to that cell. So that way here we can basically say wait, hold on. Yeah, card image, right? That is not what I wanted to do. At least he didn't have kidnap attempts against them. Wait, what? So there we go. So now we'll have it. So when we add the cell, it'll have the tag property set to the URL, and we can pull the URL out of that tag on the image. So clever. I never claimed to be anything less. Oops, no, let's put that back there. That's not what I wanted. I wanted card. So I need this side by side with this code here. So that's now we populated the image URL, and then we need to get the image. So actually, I don't know why we have the image URL before the image, but you know, whatever. It works either way. Card image dot value. And we need to have the right, because this is not a DTO that we're populating here. We're just populating the data object directly. So then why did we write that other code then? I mean, okay. For some reason I thought we were going to need that, but I guess technically we don't. I mean, if we made these card DTOs, data transfer objects, then we could just call that. But I mean, why do we want to do all that? Chester, stop whining, dude. Quit your bitching, fool. But now I need to take this code that I wrote in here anyway. I need to borrow this and put that here. Big boy. What's up, big boy? No. So let's just do this. We'll do something like this. System. Well, actually, bitmap card image. What's up, trains? So there we go. So that's basically what we needed to do there. So I mean, it works. Dude, it's been a while. I figure you've been pretty busy. I mean, I don't know. I guess. I mean, I guess. What have you been up to, man? Anything exciting in life? College, and that's pretty much it with coronavirus. Man, it's hard. College? What the hell are you doing at college, man? Since when do you go to college? You're 22. When the hell did that happen? For some reason, I feel like I should remember that, but like, I kind of don't. But then, like, I kind of do. Right. Wait, what are you doing this coding for? I missed some of the recent streams. So I'm doing this actually for my own personal thing. So basically, I have like I collect cards, like sports cards, collectibles, stuff like that, and so I have a Beckett subscription online. But I think their website is complete trash when it comes to being able to manage your collections. Like, just it's just kind of, it's limited in what you can do, and so I am writing a Windows application, a Windows Forms application that basically will invoke stuff on their website to pull in the data locally so that I can like present it however I want and manage my collections on my own computer instead of using their website to do it. And that way it can work however the hell I want it to work. So that's what I'm doing this for, actually. Because their website is a pain in the ass to use. It's slow. It seems like it was built in 1990. It's not like, I mean, it's fast, I guess, but it's just kind of archaic, I guess. Sounds pretty hard. I mean, I don't know. Some aspects of it are difficult, but I mean, it's kind of, nothing's ever easy, I guess, right? I mean, sometimes you're like, oh, that was easier than I thought, but like, it still wasn't easy, right? It's very little in life comes easy. But yeah, I started doing this, and I was like, and then once I found out how I was going to get the data down and everything, and the fact that I can get it down, and I've got like a somewhat fully functional app. Now I'm working on is saving the data to a database and stuff like that. So I have to work on saving it to the database and pulling it from the database. That's kind of less complex than like pulling the data from their website and stuff. But yeah, it's looking pretty good right now. So it's looking pretty good right about now. All right. Anyway, so let's You've never been good with computers and coding and stuff? Dang. See, I can say for anyone who wants to learn, like, I can definitely teach people how to write code. I mean, I can teach, like, that's the thing. I mean, I know enough where I can teach the fundamentals of object-oriented programming and stuff like that. I mean, I can do that kind of stuff pretty easily. I guess I've been doing it for so long that, like, if I couldn't do that, then I guess there'd be a problem. There's something wrong with me if you don't understand some of the fundamentals. I'm not going to pretend like I know it all, though, because I'm certainly no computer science major. So there's certainly certain aspects of development or coding that I have missed out on, and I am completely aware of that, but there are plenty that I have been introduced to that I'm aware of, and so I could at least explain my experience in those. All right, so let's see. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna take this and cut this and cut this and do this, and we are going to say this is a decimal, and we're gonna fix that. All right, so let's move card back over here. Oops. Have you ever thought of doing another 24-hour stream? I did. I was thinking about doing one this week because I'm on vacation, but like things have been just, I don't know. Like I like to stream, but then like I kind of just like I've been just trying to do stuff. So I was supposed to have Thanksgiving at my house today with my girlfriend, and she's sick. She's being tested for COVID. I was exposed to her within the last 2 weeks. They said like the doctor told her that like she wasn't around me when she started experiencing symptoms, but they said anyone who was around her when she was experiencing symptoms are the ones that should worry. But then like if her test comes back positive, then they would want to contact trace anyone she's been around in the last 14 days so they could say like, hey, you might actually have it, you should get tested. And so they were supposed to come over today. I don't know if I potentially have it because she doesn't even know if she has it. So like she didn't want to come over today to risk it. They told her to quarantine. And so there was supposed to be something with her and her kids to come over today, and that's not happening. And then I'm probably not going to be able to go see my mom and my brother tomorrow for actual Thanksgiving because of that, unless she gets her test results back. I can't actually be around my mom because she's one of those people that are high risk for actually dying from it if she were to catch it because she's got heart issues. So that's why I can't do that. And so yeah, that pretty much ruined my whole fucking week. So I'm just trying to do stuff to not think about that right now, which is where that's what coding actually does for me, is it gets my mind off of shit because then I'm focused on this and nothing else matters. So we're gonna no, we don't want to do that. It does suck, dude. Yeah, it sucks a big fat one. Like seriously. Like come on, man. Life, why are you throwing me all these effing lemons, bruh? I don't need these lemons. I got plenty of them. So I'm just hoping that her test results, when she does get them back, that I mean, see, that's the thing, is that in theory, like, it's probably nothing, but like, I don't want to risk it, especially with my mom, for example. And so like, I hope they come back and there's nothing wrong, and it's just like she's got some strep or some, or flu or some shit like that. But like, until I know, I don't want to be playing God with anyone's life. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm basically like self quarantining myself until I know the results of her test. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. That, oh, whatever, that works too. So basically all I'm doing here right now, guys, is for anyone who is really caring about what I'm doing here, this is still just taking the data out of the grid and populating my card data object with that data. So now I've got them all populated. So basically this is pulling all of the data out of the grid that I have and then putting it into this card object, adding it to a card list or an array of cards. And then after that, then I call my database and say, add my cards to the database. What's up, Project Vibe? So Trains, are you getting a PS5? I think you have PlayStation, right? You getting a PS5, or did you already get one? Or are you getting a Series X, or nothing right now? living that college life, playing. He's got a Nintendo at the dorm. He's like, bro, I'm a broke college kid. I'm good, man. Hopefully you're doing all right. I feel like I need to go to frickin' CVS though. See, that's the thing. I shouldn't even go anywhere. Oh, you have Xbox? Oh, why did I? For some reason, I felt like you had PlayStation. Yeah. Oh, so tonight though, so on Walmart at 7 o'clock, if you were trying to pre-order Series X, or I guess get a Series X, I'm not sure what they're doing about shipping, but like, or the timeliness of the shipping. But Walmart tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, they will have more Series X's available on their website for purchase. So keep that in mind. There's actually a website I signed up for. I believe it was called Stock Informer. If you go to stockinformer.com, I think it is, you can actually register there your email address, and they will notify you whenever they've confirmed that various stores have reported having stock of particular items. And you can actually exclude stores from the list. Like I exclude eBay, for example, because eBay people were just basically trying to resell their unopened box for like double the price that it's actually worth. So I exclude eBay, and you can exclude other stores as well, but they basically will, and they will actually do like an alert. You can be notified before they confirm it, or you can choose to be alerted after they've confirmed that it actually is legitimate or functional. So it's pretty neat. So they'll just send you an email saying, hey, that's how I found out about GameStop's yesterday, was GameStop had a $700 bundle. I think you got enough money to purchase it. Really? Yeah, it's like $500. It's $500, but then GameStop's was selling one yesterday. It was like $750. It was the console with 2 controllers, NBA 2K21, one of the Call of Duty games, 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate, and a $50 gift card. And I'm like, dude, I don't need all that crap. I just want the console, like, and my one controller. Like, that's all I need. But they don't have that version. So I think the one that Walmart's selling will be that version, just the $500 variant. All right, so anyways, so this is the idea of what I'm doing. So we've got this set up. So now we can save. In theory, if we go to save, why is my mouse cursor like that? Okay, that was weird. If we go to save data to the database, it will then save it. So we've got that going for us. We also need to consider collections. So that is going to be, I actually need to change this table. Collection table. So I did one thing that was actually bad. Sort of. No. Update. Right. But why would you spend money on a $750 card, which is the same thing as all the others? That makes no sense. Well, remember, it was because they included the games and stuff. So for anyone, like, I don't play those games, otherwise I would have bought it. Like, if I actually wanted NBA 2K21 and Call of Duty, like, I would have highly considered getting it, because then at least you're getting more with it. But then it's just like, I don't play those games, and so I would basically be buying a $750 console, you know what I'm saying, just to get an extra controller. And then they give you a $50. I don't get the $50 gift card, and I think it was $50 in Microsoft points or something like that. Not like just like a Visa gift card kind of thing where you could spend it on anything. But yeah, I feel like I needed to go to CVS to get some like Theraflu. I tell you, my sinuses are killing me, but that's not like a COVID thing. So I feel like I may have like a sinus infection or something, because my nose, it's all in my nose, and it's been bugging me for like a week now. And the funny thing is, actually, is that I was joking with Melinda yesterday because they say one of the signs of having COVID is if you have a change in sense of smell. Well, the funny thing is that I can't really smell anything anyway. So I'm like, how would I know? How would I know that I've lost my sense of smell if I can't smell to begin with? That is a great question. I want someone to answer, riddle me that. How do I know I can't smell if I can't smell? All right, so we updated our collection table. Our card table is fine. Okay. Wow, I've been streaming for 4 hours? Jeez Louise. Oh, we just got a stock informer alert. Ugh. Let's see with the GameStop. So GameStop's doing another sale of this one's $719. It's the Xbox competitive gamer system bundle. Wait, what? I don't. Oh, it's the same one they were selling yesterday. It's the same one. It's the Game Pass with the gift card, NBA 2K21, and Call of Duty. I don't understand. Why did they just alert me about this again? I think this is the one where they actually confirmed it or something, because I believe I signed up for the notify me right away, and then the notify me when you've confirmed it. That needs to be like 2K. They need to make the game. Okay, first off, no. Okay, dude. Like, okay, them's fighting words. Like, here's the thing. 2K is not any better than EA. 2K, in fact, I think is worse than EA, and that's saying a lot. I'm not saying EA is great, but that says a lot about EA, and that says a lot about 2K. I think 2K is worse than EA. I mean, look, when you take 2K21, how did they make the game better? Every year, everyone complains about VC and the fact that like they want you to spend money just to play the base game. Just to play the base game, people need to spend money, or you don't have to, but like it takes forever to improve your player, and even then your player can only get so good unless you actually spend money on it. And it's just like, dude, you shouldn't have to pay money to just be good in like a campaign mode version of the game. That's terrible. And then you hear about that every year. Everyone's always bitching about VC and stuff like that. So 2K's managed to ruin their game. And like EA is like, they've got some good games, but they don't make you pay to play, pay to win on franchise mode, right? I mean, that's what EA's doing. It's like pay to win on franchise mode. It's like, dude, no, that's not a video game. Like, they basically took the concept of Ultimate Team and applied it to freaking their franchise mode. So they're just being money hungry, greedy bastards. And they ruin the game because of that, and it's very obvious what they're doing, and people call them out on it. I don't know. Like, so, and then 2K, remember, they took WWE game. Why would they do that? Because they're just money hungry bastards. It's just like, I have no idea, man. Like, aside from just being money hungry. But yeah, like, so, and remember, 2K took on the wrestling game and they destroyed it. They took them 2 years and they ran it into the ground. I mean, again, so much so that they didn't even create another game. There's no 2K20. There's not going to be a 2K22 or 2K21 for wrestling because they destroyed that game so bad. I mean, it's just like, ugh. THQ managed that game so well in the past, and it was very unfortunate when THQ went under because they had a good game. They had a lot of good ideas and a lot of things they put in there, and all 2K did was take everything out that was good and then try to rebuild it, and then they basically destroyed the whole thing. trying to like mess around. It's just like, dude, like, come on. You've seen wrestling games in the past. You know, games are games. You know what works. You know what doesn't work. Take the experience from the past, even if you weren't responsible for developing them. Doesn't mean that you have to try to make the same mistakes again. Like, learn from what other people have done and then apply that and make your product better. But these guys always seem like once they get their hands on something new, they want to start over and like, well, let's see if people are receptive to it this time. It's like, no, like, unless you really think the market is going to be receptive to it, then you don't do it. You know, that's where you start doing like play tests and stuff like that or something. I don't know. Like, you have to start working out your concepts before you go and just spend a bunch of time like changing the game for the worse to the point where people don't even want to play the damn thing. You know, it's just like, I don't know. 2K20 was probably about the worst release since WrestleMania 21. I mean, to be honest, it was probably just as well received as WrestleMania 21 for the original Xbox was received. That game was trash. It was horrendous. No one wanted it. No one wanted to play it. It was clunky. I mean, that's exactly what 2K20 was. So, all right, what am I doing here? All right, so we updated database. What was I going to do? So I need to be able to write stuff to save data to the database. So we need to start writing our collection stuff. So that's fine. Let's do that. We need to write to a collection. Oh, that's stupid. Well, EA makes more money off of their Ultimate Team than their actual game sales. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, sure. But see, I heard that on Xbox Series X that 2K, was it the next version of Madden? Well, actually, I don't even know if that's true. I think if you hadn't purchased Madden on Xbox One, that they said like the game's gonna be $70 now. It's just like, dude, come on. Like, sports games are usually like $60. I mean, $60 is pretty standard for most like games. What I don't understand though, yeah, I read some article about it. Like, it was something about like $70 for their game. Now again, that's only if you don't have it. That's only if you don't already own it for Xbox One currently. Because I thought the way it's supposed to work is if you own it on Xbox One, that transitions over to Series X, is my understanding. So it's not like you have to pay for it again. There's certain game manufacturers that are doing that, so you're not having to rebuy a game on the new console. But if you didn't already buy it and you want to buy it for Series X, my understanding is it's going to cost $70, I guess. Either that or it's the next version of Madden that's going to cost $70. Either way, it was something like that, is what I believe I read. So their games going forward are going to be more expensive. The thing that I don't understand, though, is why is it that when I buy that game when I buy that game digitally, I should be saving money on that. I mean, they're not having to pay for packaging or anything, yet it cost me the same as if I was just to go buy that copy in the store. I think that's BS. I think that's complete BS. Complete BS. There should be a discount for buying games digitally. You're saving the environment. I mean, realistically, that's what you're doing. You're not consuming more plastic. The plastic covering, the plastic case, the booklet, you're saving them from having to manufacture all that stuff by buying digital. And they should give that savings back to us, the community that so deserves the ability to save money. All right, anyway, so public void, let's add collection. Collection. Well, I don't own Madden 21 yet. I usually get Madden on Christmas. I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, do you usually get Madden from on Christmas from someone in your family, or you buy it on Christmas? Like, family? I mean, do you even have time to play Madden right now? Kind of. Do you have a do you have a you have an Xbox One X, right? Or just an Xbox One, right? I guess that's all that matters. Do you have a Twitch account by chance? No. You butthead. So what I was gonna say is because I actually had meant to like I was thinking about doing a giveaway for this. But since you're here right now, like I actually won like a month or two ago, I won a copy of Madden 21 on Xbox One. I have the digital code for it, and like I could just give it to you now if you wanted it. I mean, you don't have to take it, but it's a free copy that I essentially won, and I planned on just doing a giveaway anyway, but I didn't, and so like I've got a copy that I can give away. So if you had a Twitch account, then I could just send you a DM with the code because I have it on Twitch. Otherwise, because I'm not going to put it in like YouTube chat. And that way you don't need to worry about exchanging like email addresses or anything like that. YouTube used to have, remember, YouTube used to actually have a feature where you could message people on there, but then they removed it for some reason. So you can't actually like DM people on YouTube anymore. But there was a point where you actually could. So I don't know, it's up to you, man. But like I said, I have a copy of it just sitting there. They gave me the code. Just haven't, I wasn't planning on redeeming it because I already have. I own it. I intentionally wanted to win a copy so I could give it away myself. So I was gonna give away my giveaway. So I mean that was the plan all along. I already own Madden 21, so I don't need another copy of it. I know. Yes, I agree that NHL. So I don't know what the difference, why it's so different between Madden and NHL, but like I swear to God that like Madden online is so clunky, but when you play NHL online is smooth. At least from the times I've played, NHL has always been smooth when you play online, and you've got 12 players playing actively at the same time. Right? And so like I don't understand why Madden can't be as smooth when there's only like 4 players that can play at the same time. It's just I don't know. I mean, I get that there's more people on the field, but like it shouldn't be that bad. It just seems like you always have to like react like just a second faster. Like you have to be predictive in what's going to happen too much because you have to worry about online lag in Madden. Like it's just so ridiculous. And that's why I don't play online because it's horrific. But I used to love like back in Madden or NHL 2004, I think it was, because that's the controls that they still offer in current versions of NHL games, right? You can choose the NHL 04 controls. Like that was my game, man. I used to play that shit online all the time. I used to love playing online. 6-on-6 was always fun. We did that we did that in NHL 19 last year for the 24-hour stream, or was it earlier this year, whenever the hell it was. We played that online. That was fun. I like playing that online. All right. So, anyways, we need to do this. Dot collections dot add. Well, I'll tell you why. Because they're not. FIFA's never going to get attention because, again, FIFA is not. Remember, soccer is not generally popular in the United States. So, I mean, FIFA probably gets a lot of attention in Europe. Maybe even Canada, but I don't even know about Canada. But, like, that's why it doesn't get any attention, is because U.S. is not known for our likeness of soccer. That's why. I mean, that's really what it comes down to for that stuff. All right, so we have our ad collection, and then the same thing for hockey. You know, it's not like there's like if you ask a lot of football players or football fans, like, hey, do you like to watch hockey? I feel like most people say, well, I wouldn't say most people, but I'm sure the majority of them would probably say no. I mean, there's just not that many people that watch hockey either. I mean, hockey's kind of like, it's almost like hockey's kind of like its own fan base, but like for me, I enjoy hockey. I think I actually enjoy hockey more than football, to be honest. I feel like it's more aggressive, and it requires a lot more effort from people. It's more fast paced. There's more rules in a sense that you have to worry about. You know, it seems like it's got to be more physically exhausting, which is why guys have to circulate, you know, off the ice so often. I mean, it's just, there's a lot more that goes into hockey, I feel like, than football. And so I appreciate hockey a lot more for that reason. And goal horns, yes, and goal horns. Well, I mean, but technically they have that in football too, right? I mean, when teams score touchdowns, sometimes they play, you know, songs. I mean, I know when the Browns do, like they play part from Bohemian Rhapsody. They have like the little guitar part, the riff at the end that they play when the Browns score a touchdown at home. If anyone ever knew that, that's actually what they do play, is part of Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. We Will Rock You, right. It was a Queen song. Okay. You got me. You got me. The Ravens fan correcting me. Yeah, it was. It is from We Will Rock You. I was trying to think how I know that's sad. Right. Giant suck is usually... No, see, that's the thing, man. You know what? Okay, look. I know Preston was probably kind of joking before, but, like, you know, Donovan and Preston have both said, oh, now I know how you feel as a Browns fan. No. Just because your team has one bad season does not mean you know what it feels like to be a Browns fan, okay? Like, you have to go through, like, multiple decades of losing or not having a consistently good record to then come to me and say, now I know what it feels like. Don't give me that shit because you have one bad season, okay? Like, I do not accept that. I do not accept that by any stretch of the imagination. I get frustrated when people say that because it's like, no, you don't understand. You can't quite possibly understand. Ravens on their way to go 6-10. They're not. I don't think they're going to go 6-10. But there was some part of me that hoped. I was like, you know what, man, I wish the playoffs were starting today, because then the Ravens wouldn't even have a spot. That's what's crazy about the AFC North this year, man. Like, just wow. Maybe not the best in football, but pretty close to being up there. I mean, the Bengals obviously drag it down, but I mean, you're gonna have that. Ravens versus Steelers pushed till Sunday. That's the thing, dude. Honestly, it's kind of sad, but like I'm kind of hopeful for the Ravens to actually beat the Steelers, because we need those pompous ass Steelers fans. Although I haven't really heard much from them, to be honest. But like we just need them to they need to cool down a little bit. They need to be slapped around. But I just hope that the Browns have an opportunity to get revenge on them. Like, the Browns need to be the Steelers. That's all I got to say. Yes, I'm still live. It's only been, over 4.5 hours. Jesus. Wait, 8:30, 9:30, 9:30, 10:30, 10:30, 11:30, 11:30, 12:30. Yeah, 4.5 hours. So I want the Browns to play. I mean, they could make it, dude. That's the thing. I'm just impressed. It's, say what you will about the scores or how like certain individuals on the team are performing, but at the end of the day, just like they always say, a win is a win is a win. So whether you win by 2 points, by 1 point, by 30 points, it doesn't fucking matter. A win is a win as long as you win. And so, like, if your quarterback's playing like shit, but you still win the game, you still won the game, right? So, I mean, I'm just impressed with the way that Stefanski has managed the team and managed to keep them in games when it felt like they were out of it, or in most past years they would have given away 14 points and just like stopped playing at that point. It's just like you just knew if they were behind by a certain amount of points, like they weren't coming back to win. And like this year has been given so much hope, because they've been down in games that they should never have been down in, but they would come back and win the game. They had that shit happen against the Bengals. They had the shit happen against the Washington football team. It's just been amazing. It's been like, you're just like, wow, this is a whole brand new freaking team. Trains, that's like the year. Hey, dude, that's like the year. Remember the season when the Panthers went 7-9 and they were hosting a playoff game? It's possible. Remember, that whole division sucked that year, and the Panthers won the division, I believe, at 7-9, and they were hosting a playoff game. So imagine the Giants hosting a playoff game at like 6-10. Like, can you imagine that? Hosting a playoff game at 6-10 or something crazy like that? That would be awesome. NFC's none of the teams should go to the playoffs. I don't know, man. But it's very rare that you have seasons where like a team that doesn't even have a 500 record goes to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I know people start the conversation, oh, well, this is why, the seeding's stupid, and like it doesn't, it's like, I get it, but it's not like it happens all the time. So it kind of makes it, that's what makes it unique, and that's what makes it exciting, is the fact that someone with a terrible record could get in and could act as a spoiler. That's what makes it interesting. And plus what makes it interesting is the fact that it's not like it happens every year. So what happened with Joe Burrow anyways? Because I just remember someone saying he tore everything. And so I'm not really sure, like, is that ACL, MCL, like basically he's done for his career or something? Is he another Alex Smith? If someone from NFC makes the playoffs and wins a game, I'll laugh so hard. I mean, it could happen, dude. I mean, they could end up being the spoiler. You never know. He tore his ACL. Just his ACL. He didn't have multiple tears. Who remembers that movie, The Comebacks, where they had the one guy, his name was Asil Tier, And the coach always called him ACL tear. He's like, Coach, I'd appreciate it if you stop calling me that. Give me that's bad luck and structure damage. Oh jeez. So yeah, the dude's name was Acil Tier, and the coach always called him ACL tear. He was the halfback, so that's why it was like he's like, Coach, stop doing that. You're gonna give me bad luck. And then he ends up like tearing his leg, like the way he broke his leg or whatever was just like it broke forward or something. And it was just like, oh, it was so disgusting. So disgusting. Because, yeah, go figure, he tripped on like a, that's right, he stepped on like a, that's right, I remember his coach spit out a sunflower seed and he stepped on the sunflower seed, ended up tearing, like breaking his leg or something. It was something ridiculous. Yeah, that was an interesting movie. Another one of those goofy, like, spoof movies, basically. All right, anyways, okay, so we had adding our collection. Do you remember when Warren Sapp played, dude, that guy, wait, what, dude, that was an amazing player to watch. Oh, when Warren Sapp played. Yeah, I guess. You know, I kind of, you know, it's weird because I don't really think about him that much. There's certain players I kind of, like, come to mind quick, but, like, well, yeah, did you see, was it Derek Brooks that was, no, Rondé Barber. Rondé Barber was on the list of potentials for Hall of Fame. Yeah, Rondé Barber as well, right? Wasn't he on that Bucks team? Yeah, Simeon Rice. I remember Simeon Rice. I remember because of it was when they played the Colts, I believe. He ended up like he got penalized for jumping the pile during a field goal kick, and ended up giving that team they were playing a first down, and I think they ended up losing the game because of that. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, John Lynch. Yeah, the okay. Um, God, now I'm gonna. Who was their quarterback? Who was the quarterback? Brad Johnson. Brad Johnson and freaking Mike Alstott. That's all you needed to know about the Bucks. Brad Johnson. Oh my God. Brad Johnson with a freaking Super Bowl ring, right? Oh my goodness. God, who do they have for receivers? Who do the Bucks even have for? But they had John. Well, yeah, but remember they had Tony Dungy's team. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. Remember Tony Dungy's Super Bowl team that John Gruden inherited mid-season after being a coach on the Raiders, and then just happened to go to the championship game or happened to go to the Super Bowl against the Raiders, right? So he already kind of knew like inside the Raiders organization, like, you know, it's just like, what kind of finish would that happen to be? You know what I'm saying? That was like a storybook kind of ending for him. Like, yeah, I got to beat the team that fired me. Keyshawn Johnson, that's right. Oh my God, yeah, Mr. Prima Donna himself. Yeah, Mr. Prima Donna himself. I don't remember anything about their wide receivers. I don't remember anything about their wide receivers. I don't even remember. So Rondé Barber was their halfback, right? He was the running back? Right, he was, right? Yeah, he was the running back, right? Behind Alstott, because Alstott was the fullback. But Alstott got a lot of play time, right? Or was he also a halfback? I swear he was in there as fullback, though, quite a bit. You just remember that Bucks team for their defense primarily. Like that's what made them who they were, was their defense. Warrick Dunn. Yeah, I don't really remember him that much. I mean, also as a Ravens fan, I haven't totally lost faith. Tiki Barber. Oh gosh, Tiki Barber. All right, now you're making me interested in let's see, Bucks Super Bowl 2003. Damn, that was a long time ago. Jeez Louise. Oh, leave me alone. Let's see. They have like Gruden's traded to the Buccaneers, right? That's uh That's right, Sebastian. Oh, who remember Martin Gramatica? I forgot about him. That's so they had Keenan McCardle as well. They had Keenan McCardle. Jeez. But yeah, Brad Johnson, Keenan McCardle, Martin Gramatica, Mike Allstott. Oh God. That's when Jesus, the that was when the Raiders had Jerry Rice. Derek Brooks had a pick six. Dwight Smith, whoever the hell that is, also had a pick six. They had 2 pick sixes in the fourth quarter for that's crazy. That's absurd. Yeah, it was Gannon. Yeah, Gannon was the quarterback at the time. So Gannon had a 48-yard touchdown pass to Jerry Rice. Jerry Porter had a 39-yard touchdown reception from Gannon as well. But yeah, Keenan McCardle, I forgot about him. Jesus. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, when you think about the Bucks. Oh, that's right. They had Joe Juravicious. That makes sense. So they had Keyshawn Johnson, Joe Juravicious, Keenan McCardle. I mean, other than that, Michael Pittman. That name sounds familiar. That was their primary rushing guy. He had 29 carries for 124 yards, but he didn't have any touchdowns. Michael Pittman carried the team in rushing. Wow, Pittman. Jeez Louise, dude. Like, these people, you're just like, what? Who the hell are these people? Tim Brown for the Raiders. This is when the Raiders had Tim Brown still. God. They had Tim Brown. He was practically a corpse at that point. Okay. Anyway, so let's let's get some stuff going on here. Okay, so now we need to add our cards. So we are going to all right. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. All right. So we're just going to do this. This collection DB. All right. So we're just going to save ourselves a little bit of trouble here. Oh. No. Yeah, this is not going to be, well, yeah, this will work for now, but we're actually going to have to change this logic too. We may have to end up right, we might as well just change this now because we're going to have to deal with this eventually. Collection database. So actually, we're gonna call this save cards because yeah, we're gonna have to just so I wonder how that will work. Can you just replace a row like that? I'm gonna have to figure that out. What the hell? Why you keep doing that? Sorry, I'm was responding to a text from my mom from earlier. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to change this. Not that we'd ever have a mix of things, but like this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something a little interesting here. If CTX I mean it's not gonna be no whatever. It's not gonna be empty anyway, so CTX dot cards dot where c dot Beckett ID equals cards 0 dot Beckett ID. Dot count. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think there's dot count. There we go. So, this is dot. I guess I don't know. We can figure something out for this. So, basically, if we have this card already in our database, then we know we're updating data. Otherwise, and most likely we're updating data than we are adding it. So I mean, initially we may have a bunch of stuff that we're adding, but like it doesn't matter. So basically, if one of the cards already exists, then we know that we've already got the collection, and so we've already saved all the cards. And so now we're just updating individual cards, as opposed to if the first card doesn't exist at all in the database, then we know that we're adding a new collection. So we're just going to add the whole range of cards. So this way, this will just work a lot easier. So basically, then we need to say then for, I don't know how that's going to work. Let's see. Well, there should only be one. Oh, actually, first. So this will return. So I don't. Right. Like, you remember watching Sean Taylor? Not really. I mean, I know who he is, but I don't remember much about him until they were like, oh, he died or whatever. Like, that's all I remember. All right, so basically what I'm trying to do is I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know if this will work. Yeah, so entity framework replace object, proper method to replace an entry in context. Yes, okay, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, wait, what? There's automatic way to attach any of these values from attach one, but it only not on navigation properties. What? That's interesting. So that's like a basic to order as an instance of the Entity orders. Okay, that's. Let me help with this task. Oh, I see. Oh, so they're writing their own methods stuff. I just started coding, and I have Atom. Could maybe tell me some good tips if you want. Wait, what? You have Atom. What is that? So the Brooklyn Nets might get James Harden. Honestly, you know what? Like, let them get James Harden. I don't know. Like, Kyrie thinks that he's like this baller that's like better than LeBron, and like, dude, Kyrie Irving, I feel is like certifiably insane. Not gonna lie, I think that this dude has effectively lost his mind. First the Earth was flat, then it wasn't flat, then then he's like, "Oh, Kevin Durant's the most clutch player I played with." I mean, yeah, he's certifiably insane. Oh, you know what? Well, we'll see how that works. I mean, in theory, this should work. I don't. I mean, okay. I'm assuming that's probably what's happening at work and the stuff. Hours later, and he's still alive. Let's go. Yeah, it's this. I guess this is a 24-hour stream. No, just playing. Like, it's only been 5 hours. Oh my god, I hate Steelers fans. I feel like Kevin Love gets no love in Cleveland. Well, Kevin Love's never gotten love anywhere he's been. I mean, I guess he got it more so in was it Minnesota, because like he was like their only player, just like Kevin Durant was. They got robbed or short end of the stick. I mean, like, I don't know, bro. Oh, I'm like, That was a random question. What is this? It is stuff. Okay. Anyway, so yeah. So we got our cards thing and majig, and we're good there. Add collection, we're good there. And collections will never, the keys will never change. The values might change. So, well, actually, no, you can't. You can't change a collection name. We probably should have kept the collection URL. That is one thing we don't actually have. Technically, there's no reason to save it, but technically, there actually is probably a reason to save it, because how am I going to refresh prices if I don't have the collection URL? Actually, I don't need the collection URL to refresh prices. Or do I? I needed to get the collection information. So I think I need to save it. How would you help? Please do tell. Do tell. Do tell. I got you, fam. If you talk like that, then I know you don't know anything about writing code. So I mean, I don't think you have me, bruh. Give you 3M. What? 3 minutes? I don't know what. Oh, my nose is like killing me, dude. Like, I swear I have like a sinus infection or something. Okay, so yeah. But what? But wait, there's more. Oh, butt head. All right then. Well, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna kind of end things here. I actually have used the restroom and stuff, but it's been like 5 hours, so I'm like, I need to like take a break. My eyes are starting to get all crazy on me. No, not really, but like, I've been staring at the screen for a while, so I need to like take a break. So thanks guys for everyone who came by. I appreciate it very much. As always, glad we could talk a little bit about football and whatever stuff we talked about earlier. So it's been 5 hours. So, probably not going to stream tomorrow, most likely, because it's Thanksgiving. Although I'm not going to have anything to do because I'm probably not going anywhere tomorrow. So that's cool. But yeah, so we'll figure some stuff out in Discord for other things. But otherwise, thanks again, guys. I appreciate it very much. And till next time, bye-bye.